Chapter 1029. Under the cloudy sky, two tall and strong figures carrying an astonishing aura pressed down on Chunzong like a mountain. The robes of these two men were very strange, with metal pieces embedded in cotton, like armor, and beneath them were bodies that contained terrifying strength. "Hey, little brat, where is ancient war city?" One of them shouted at Chunzong without any trace of politeness. "I don't know. If you two know, please let me know." Chunzong smiled slightly, not annoyed by the other party's bad attitude. In other words, his time and energy should not be wasted on getting angry over trivial matters. "Haha, you've got quite the personality." The other person sneered and suddenly raised his hand. His wide palm was like a palm leaf fan as it bombarded over. The wind roared like the roar of a giant beast. It was incomparably shocking. The palm was covered with a layer of brown light. It was very heavy and powerful. "I hate people like you the most." Chunzong's expression changed slightly. This person's cultivation was at the early stage of the transcendent realm fourth layer, but when he attacked, the spirit energy fluctuations were extremely shocking. Obviously, it was cultivated from a spirit-grade top-rank secret art, and the spirit energy it contained was not low. Even tempered steel would be shattered. Chunzong was not angry with the other party's disrespectful words, but attacking him was a different matter. Wild Wind Illusion Cloud Kick. Heaven and earth yuan qi surged, and a strong wind surrounded his body. Chunzong immediately felt that the martial arts he displayed here were inferior to those in the outside world. However, this was not just his situation, but rather everyone else's. The wind howled and clouds swirled as Chunzong's figure was instantly separated from the other party's palm. Unsheathing his white river sword, a sharp cyan sword light pierced through the sky. "You dare fight back, you're courting death." The man who attacked was slightly startled at first, then became furious, his palm facing down as a brilliant light burst out, condensing the phantom of a mountain above his palm and pressing down. Before the giant palm landed, the terrifying pressure caused the ground to crack and cave in slightly. Chunzong only felt that his body was slightly heavy. The giant palm was filled with the vigorous light of Chunzong. With a boom, the palm struck the ground, leaving behind a huge palm print. The edges of the palm print were filled with cracks. The wind howled as the sword light pierced through the sky like a soaring cloud. After Chunzong's painstaking cultivation and comprehension, the clear sky sword art had surpassed its original limits. Its power had reached the middle level of spiritual level, and it was even more powerful. Since his opponent was merciless, Chunzong naturally wouldn't hold back either. This sword strike was full of spiritual power. The other party was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but found that his body seemed to have become incomparably heavy. His hands and feet were bound, and he could only watch as the green sword light pierced through the air. The chi of heaven and earth gathered in the sky, and green clouds filled the air. With a bang, the other person attacked. His fist tore through the sky with a powerful force that was as heavy as a mountain moving horizontally. It carried an extremely terrifying force as it fiercely smashed over. If Chunzong insisted on stabbing his opponent with his sword, he would be hit by this punch. Chunzong could feel that the power of this punch was very strong. Even if his body refining cultivation had reached the second level of the dragon power realm, it would be difficult for him to resist, and he would definitely be severely injured. It was obviously not good for him to be severely injured in such a place. Wild Wind Illusory Cloud. With a kick, the wind roared, the clouds rolled, and the chi of heaven and earth fluctuated. The Wild Wind Illusory Cloud Kick was a leg technique. Although Chunzong had always used it as a movement technique, the power of the Wild Wind Illusory Cloud Kick could not be denied. Especially when Chunzong had cultivated it to the extreme, comprehended martial intent, and activated the True Flame's body refining technique, its power directly increased by 30 to 40%. With a bang, the fist and the leg collided, and the chi of heaven and earth collided. Chunzong only felt an extremely tyrannical force bombarding him. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it made his legs slightly numb. His whole body flew backwards. The other person's fist shook, and he only felt two completely different forces bombarding him. His fist was numb, and his chi and blood were shaken. He could not help but retract his arm, and his feet slid back, leaving two marks on the ground. Chi and earth cultivation at the same time, he secretly said, and his heart was filled with astonishment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other person avoided Chunzong's sword. He raised his palms, and Chunzong's spiritual power surged and poured into his palms. Boom, boom, boom. The two palms continuously struck out, and each palm was powerful and vigorous. It was as if huge boulders were bombarding him. The chi of heaven and earth surged violently, and it condensed into huge boulders that came crushing down. Under the tyrannical power of the two palms, the ground cracked, and holes were blasted open, sending debris flying everywhere. With two transcendent realm fourth-layer masters working together, the pressure on Chunzong suddenly increased, and he had no choice but to retreat. Chunzong also noticed that cracks had appeared on the White River Sword, as if it was a broken ceramic. The White River Sword was a common top-grade weapon, and it was extremely tough, but that was only relative. Only spirit artifacts were suitable for transcendent realm cultivators, but spirit artifacts were quite precious. There weren't many in the entire Blue Cloud sect, and they all had owners, so Chunzong naturally couldn't obtain them. Originally, the White River Sword could still withstand Chunzong's strength, but after withstanding so many spirit energy impacts, it gradually reached its limit, and because the Clear Sky Sword art had been upgraded to spirit grade mid-rank, the White River Sword was no longer able to withstand it. The two people also saw the cracks on Chunzong's sword and immediately sneered. Immediately, a light flashed from their hands as they each put on a pair of gloves. The gloves were dark brown and exuded an astonishing aura. Spirit artifact. A grade 1 spirit artifact. Chunzong's pupils shrank slightly. The spirit artifacts of this world were different from those of Blue Wave's world. If one had to make a comparison, Blue Wave's world spirit artifacts were far from perfect. The spirit artifacts of this world were divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. Chunzong didn't know what was above grade 9. The spirit artifacts of this world didn't increase the user's strength proportionally, because the spirit artifacts themselves contained powerful strength that would directly superimpose on the user's strength. A grade 1 spirit artifact contained the strength of a standard first-layer transcendent. The so-called standard first-layer transcendent strength referred to the strength of a first-layer transcendent who had cultivated a spirit-grade low-rank secret art to the highest level. This kind of strength was relatively dormant and difficult to release on its own. It could only be stimulated by the user's spirit chi and superimposed on the user's strength. A grade 2 spirit artifact contained the strength of a standard second-layer transcendent, which was the strength of a second-layer transcendent who had cultivated a spirit-grade low-rank secret art to the highest level. In other words, if a first-layer transcendent wielded a grade 2 spirit artifact, they could increase the strength of a standard second-layer transcendent, greatly increasing their own strength. This was the benefit of a spirit tool. For a transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator, especially one who had cultivated a spirit grade top-rank secret art, the strength of a standard transcendent realm 1st layer cultivator wasn't much, but if it could be superimposed, it would still be quite useful. Kill. The two of them attacked again. Their fists and palms blasted out, and their power was even stronger than before. The surging vital chi of heaven and earth was as heavy as a mountain. The earth cracked inch by inch, and waves of earth rolled and crashed toward Chunzong. Chunzong's face was solemn. He took a deep breath. Like a whale sucking in water, his chest heaved up and down, and all of his spiritual energy poured into the sword in his hand. Green clouds filled the sky and swept over, forming a huge whirlpool that spun rapidly. The center of the whirlpool was like a pair of wings that covered the sky. The body of the sword was dyed green, and the green light was dazzling. An astonishing power was condensing within it. 100% of his spiritual energy. Azure Cloud Power. Chunzong discovered that although the Heart Sword force was stronger than the Azure Cloud Power, The Azure Cloud power was more compatible with the Azure Cloud Filling Sky art and Azure Cloud Filling Sky sword art, allowing him to display their full potential. As for the fusion of the Azure Cloud power and the Heart Sword Force, it was very difficult. Shenzong had worked hard for a long time, but he was barely able to succeed. He needed to have enough time to prepare, but in this kind of battle, he didn't have enough time. First sword, Azure Cloud Severing. The Azure Cloud Filling Sky sword art, which had reached Spirit Grade mid-rank, was unleashed without holding back. After shattering the palm print, Chunzong brought his left hand together like a sword and lightly pointed out. A misty blue sword chi was extremely sharp, and nothing could stop it. It shot toward the other person. Second grade secret art, Azure Cloud Shattering Sword Chi. After more than a year, Chunzong had finally cultivated the Azure Cloud Sky Shattering Sword Chi to the Great Accomplishment stage. Within his Chi Sea, there were 9 cyan-colored sword chi entrenched. They were like 9 small flood dragons swimming around the spirit wheel. A minor accomplishment, Azure Cloud Shattering Sword Chi, was 50% stronger than a beginner's, and a grand accomplishment, Azure Cloud Shattering Sword Chi, was 50% stronger than a beginner's. In terms of power, each Azure Cloud Shattering Sword Chi at the grand accomplishment stage wasn't inferior to Chunzong's Azure Cloud Slash. With 2 Puchi sounds, the Azure Cloud Slash and Azure Cloud Shattering Sword Chi simultaneously struck the opponent's weak point. The 2 figures paused, and the world Yuan Chi around them dissipated. Their eyes widened as they stared at Chunzong. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the 2 of them, genius disciples of 6-star forces, transcendent realm 4th layer cultivators, and even using their spirit artifacts, would still be defeated and killed. With a cracking sound, the White River sword's body shattered and fell to the ground, leaving only the hilt, which was also covered in cracks. Shenzong frowned slightly. He was a sword cultivator, and without a sword, it would be difficult for him to display the power of his sword arts. I need to find a good sword, Chunzong muttered to himself. At the very least, he needed to find a first-grade spirit artifact, or else it wouldn't be able to withstand his power. Sweeping out with his spiritual sense, he immediately took the 2 storage rings and low-grade spirit artifact from their hands. Then, Chunzong took out a low-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand. Circulating his secret art, he quickly absorbed the Yuan Chi inside and converted it into Spirit Chi to replenish his consumed Spirit Chi. His 4 spirit wheels spun at full speed, constantly absorbing Spirit Chi. On the other side, Chunzong was also reflecting on this battle. These 2 came from very strong forces. Without a doubt, they were disciples of 6-star forces, but they weren't the most important disciples. One had to know, Lai Jing, you had a 2nd-grade spirit artifact, while these 2 only had 1st-grade spirit artifacts. Of course, this was only Chunzong's guess. Opening the 2 storage rings, Chunzong looked at the space inside. It was the size of a small house, 10 times the size of a 1st-grade storage ring. It was a 2nd-grade storage ring, the same as the one he was currently using. Both storage rings contained hundreds of low-grade spirit stones and a few mid-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones were much better than low-grade spirit stones and were also more precious. In theory, a mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 10:30. Asterisk woo woo woo. Asterisk a cold wind blew slowly, causing the chill in the air to become even colder. Chunzong looked around and found that the light was getting dimmer and dimmer, as if the day was about to end and night was about to fall. I need to find this so-called shelter as soon as possible, Chunzong muttered to himself. Before entering, Floating Cloud King had specifically emphasized that the fierce ancient battlefield was even more dangerous at night. As for where the danger lay, he had also mentioned it before. After all, he very much hoped that those who entered the fierce ancient battlefield from Floating Cloud territory would be able to pass through the battlefield and reach fierce ancient War City. So naturally, he had to explain some of the things he knew about the fierce ancient battlefield. However, Floating Cloud King actually didn't know much about the fierce ancient battlefield, and it just so happened that the fierce ancient battlefield would become even more dangerous after nightfall. As for the danger, it came from something called battlefield evil spirits. What was a battlefield evil spirit? Shenzong didn't know because he had never seen one before, but according to Floating Cloud King's speculation, a great battle had once occurred on the fierce ancient battlefield, resulting in countless deaths. Flesh, blood, and bones were scattered all over the ground, but their souls had not completely dissipated, some of them remaining and becoming incomplete. Whenever night fell, a cold wind would blow, awakening these slumbering remnant souls and condensing them into bodies. These were battlefield evil spirits. Bloodthirsty evil spirits. These two words describe the characteristics of battlefield evil spirits. As for how to deal with these battlefield evil spirits, Floating Cloud King had also explained, but he had also warned that it was best not to fight and to run if possible. Time continued to pass, and the sky gradually darkened. Chunzong continued to move forward, constantly searching, but he still couldn't find the so-called shelter. According to Floating Cloud King, the shelter was very conspicuous, and if one couldn't find it, it meant one couldn't find it. The sky above the fierce ancient battlefield was always filled with dark clouds, like the billowing smoke of war. Back then, the sky was still clear and bright, but now, even one's vision was affected. Shunzong was a transcendent realm cultivator, so night didn't affect him at all, but at this moment his vision, which he was so proud of, was obviously affected. The scene 1,000 meters away began to blur, and beyond 2,000 meters, it was difficult to see clearly. The chilly wind grew stronger. Chunzong could vaguely feel that it carried something that made his heart palpitate. Shortly after, a ball of light slowly emerged from the ground in front of him. The ball of light was dark blue and very strange. Chunzong's pupils shrank, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When he stared at the strange dark blue light, a chill ran down his spine. In the distance, more and more blue lights rose from the ground. The lights were like flames, floating more than a meter in the air and burning strangely. Chunzong approached them, but he couldn't feel any heat. Instead, he felt cold. This kind of coldness was hard to feel physically, but his soul could feel it clearly. A strong sense of danger was born from the depths of his soul. Pointing his finger, Chunzong sent out a blue sword chi that directly hit one of the strange blue flames. With a pop, the strange blue flame collapsed, turning into countless tiny specks of light that sputtered in all directions. A scene that surprised Chunzong appeared. It was as if there was an invisible force acting as the core, causing the blue specks of light that sputtered in all directions to fly back like swallows returning to their nest. In the blink of an eye, they once again condensed into the strange blue flame. The sword chi just now was not blue cloud shattering sword chi, but rather a pure sword chi stimulated by spirit chi. Sure enough, as Floating Cloud King said, spirit chi is useless. Chunzong's eyes flashed and he attacked again, this time using his transcendent force. The strange blue flames shattered again, but instead of dissipating, they quickly reformed. Even transcendent force is useless, Chunzong frowned. Is it really as Floating Cloud King said? Only, after a few attempts, he managed to shatter the strange blue flames, but they would reform in a short span of time. Raising his hand, a purple light filled the air and condensed on his finger, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. The purple cloud true flame. Since obtaining the purple cloud true flame, Chunzong often used its power to cultivate the true flame body refining technique and improve his body refining technique. He had never used the power of the purple cloud true flame in battle. Xiao. With the power of the purple cloud true flame, it struck the strange blue flame. This time, the strange blue flame did not explode. Instead, it was covered by the purple flame and burned fiercely. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear an incomparably sharp and mournful cry that went straight into his soul, as if a needle was fiercely pricking him. Chunzong frowned, and his complexion changed greatly. Fortunately, his soul was very strong, and such a sharp cry did not affect him much. It disappeared in an instant, and soon after, the strange blue flames were burned to nothing, completely disappearing between heaven and earth. This strange blue flame was the core of the evil ghost, the ghost fire. The ghost fire was formed from the soul fragments of those who died in the fierce ancient battlefield many years ago. It was usually silent underground, and when night fell and the cold wind blew, it would awaken. Ordinary forces could not deal with the ghost fire, and after it was scattered, it would reform without any damage. There were only a few forces that could really deal with the ghost fire, and the heaven and earth mysterious force was one of them. The ghost fire was the key to the formation of the evil ghost. In other words, only a few forces could deal with the evil ghost. This was the reason why Floating Cloud King warned people not to fight the evil ghost. After all, the heaven and earth mysterious force was not much, and the number of people who could control it was even less. Relying on spiritual power or dragon power, it was impossible to kill the evil ghost. Facing an enemy that could not be killed, fighting was meaningless, and it was better to save power to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chunzong flicked his 10 fingers, and Sword Chi, carrying the power of the purple cloud, true flame, broke through the air, unceasingly hitting the ghost fire that appeared in all directions. The ghost fire burned one after another, and turned into nothingness. However, the ghost fire continued to drill out from the ground, floating more than a meter in the air, completely catching up with Chunzong's speed of destroying it. Go! Taking advantage of the fact that the evil ghost had not yet appeared, Chunzong immediately used his movement skill and quickly moved forward. The wind whistled, blowing in all directions like a cloud dragon, but the ghost fire was not affected in the slightest. The night deepened and became darker. The curtain of night had really fallen. Kacha, kacha, kacha sound continued to ring out, making Chunzong's scalp go numb, and for no reason, his whole body's hair stood on end, and he was terrified. The ground in all directions seemed to have come alive as it constantly wriggled. Pieces of withered bones broke out of the ground and were pulled by a mysterious force. They flew up one after another and converged towards the ghost fire. The more ear-piercing kacha sounds continued. Under Chunzong's horrified gaze, the withered bones flew around the ghost fire, gathered in the middle, and quickly pieced together. In just 3 breaths, a human-shaped skeleton was condensed. The skeleton was about 7 meters tall, and its bones were gray and loose, as if they would fall apart at the slightest touch. The human-shaped skeleton's pitch-black eye sockets were like 2 black holes, and when one looked into them, one would feel as if one's soul was about to be sucked in. Fortunately, Chunzong's soul was strong, and his will was strong, so he was not affected. With a swoosh, the human-shaped skeleton's pitch-black eye sockets suddenly lit up with a faint blue light, like a flickering flame. It was the ghost fire. Immediately, with the ghost fire as the center, layers of faint blue ripples quickly spread out, spreading over the gray-white withered bones like waves. In the process of spreading, the blue ripples quickly penetrated into the withered bones, and the withered bones immediately changed. The originally gray-white withered bones suddenly turned white, filled with a faint halo, and looked thicker, like withered wood turning into fine steel. The originally loose body also became very solid and strong. It was as if a poor person who was malnourished to the point of almost being disabled had transformed into a strong and elite warrior. Chunzong did not slow down, constantly moving forward, and, at the same time, paying attention to all the changes of the ghost fire. In addition to the human-shaped skeletons, there were also some beast-shaped skeletons and some strange-shaped skeletons. For example, skeletons with many arms or legs, or skeletons with 2 or even 3 heads. Evil ghosts. These were the evil ghosts of the battlefield. As the night fell and the cold wind blew, they finally woke up as if they had crawled out of hell. As soon as the evil ghosts appeared, their hollow eyes burning with the ghost fire immediately turned to Chunzong, staring at Chunzong as their only target. The evil ghosts opened their pitch-black, hollow mouths and roared in the direction of Chunzong, and a fierce and bloodthirsty aura burst out from their bodies. Boom, 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 boom. The evil ghosts stepped on the ground, bursting out with amazing power, causing the ground to collapse. They were like wild horses and fierce tigers, leaving deep holes in the hard ground every time and rushing hundreds of meters away every time. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were as fast as lightning. In just a few breaths, hundreds of evil ghosts chased from behind and left and right, which made Shenzong look dignified. Then, evil ghosts appeared in front of him, staring at Shenzong, and quickly rushed over. There were figures of evil ghosts in all directions, and their aura was extremely fierce and bloodthirsty. With a light stroke of his finger like a sword, the cyan sword Qi cut through the air, immediately cutting the bodies of several evil ghosts in front of him. When the sword Qi hit the bodies of the evil ghosts, Chunzong felt as if he had cut a piece of tempered steel. The hardness of such bones was amazing, and it was comparable to a middle-grade mortal-level weapon. The severed nefarious ghost's upper and lower halves fell apart, smashing into the ground and falling apart. Chunzong looked closely and found that under the power of the nefarious ghost fire, the broken bones flew up and reassembled. The entire process took about 3 breaths. He struck again with his finger, this time with the power of the purple cloud true flame. With a boom, the bodies of the evil ghosts suddenly burned, and the purple flames surged into the eyes of the evil ghosts like a tide, burning the ghost fire into nothingness. Without the ghost fire, the bodies of the evil ghosts immediately fell apart, and their bones were broken and could no longer be reassembled. Sure enough, only the purple cloud true flame could cause real damage to the evil ghosts. However, there were many evil ghosts, and now there were more than 1,000 of them, and the number was still increasing, and killing them would constantly consume the power of the purple cloud true flame. Chapter 1031. Deep in the night, on the endless ruins of the battlefield, countless blue lights flickered, flickering like flames, a strange sight to behold. These were the spirit flames burning in the eye sockets of the evil ghosts, particularly clear in the night, making one feel as if they had entered a paradise for the dead. With a boom, the heaven and earth yuan qi surged. A saber light that looked like a crescent moon cut open the ground. Surrounded by purple lightning, it cut open a long gully in the hard ground. It continued to spread, and wherever it passed, the evil spirits were disintegrated. With one slash, he cut out 100 meters long, cutting dozens of evil ghosts into pieces. However, the ghost flame jumped as if it had a mind of its own, emitting a strange fluctuation. The broken bones flew up and reassembled. In just 3 breaths of time, they were restored to their original state and pounced on the evil ghosts again. Damn it, these evil ghosts can't be killed. Don't fight, break out of this encirclement. The 3 of them joined forces, constantly bombarding the evil ghosts, opening a path through the encirclement. The 6 floating cloud palace disciples joined forces to resist the attacks of the evil ghosts from all directions, each of them displaying their strength, causing heaven and earth yuan qi to surge in all directions. With the 6 of them acting, the evil ghosts rushing towards them from all directions were killed one after another. But after 3 breaths of time, they would reassemble. There were too many evil ghosts, seemingly endless. The 6 of them didn't know which direction to break out of the encirclement, and if they wanted to do so, they would have to consume a lot of their strength, making it very disadvantageous for them. As such, the 6 of them joined forces and formed a circle, resisting the attacks of the evil ghosts while repelling them, slowly moving forward. On the barren land of the fierce ancient battlefield, evil ghosts roamed everywhere. There were people fighting against them, but there were also people being chased and attacked by them, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. Deep in the night, Chunzong put on a pair of Grade 1 spirit artifact gloves and stimulated the power within them, increasing his strength to the standard first-order transcendent realm to reduce his consumption of strength. There were many evil ghosts, and although Chunzong didn't want to fight, he had no choice but to, because they were coming from all directions, madly bloodthirsty and ruthless. He was only one person, so his strength was limited. Facing an almost endless battlefield of evil ghosts, it was impossible for him to resist until the night passed and day arrived. Therefore, he had to break out of this encirclement and find shelter. If they couldn't find a shelter, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Chun channeled the power of the purple cloud, true flame, into his hands, using the least amount of energy to bring out the greatest effect. Every time he used it, he would kill a few battlefield evil ghosts and slowly open up a path. The strength of a single battlefield evil ghost wasn't actually that high. The hardness of their bones was comparable to a common grade mid-rank weapon, and their attack power was comparable to an ordinary half-step transcendent. Even if a transcendent realm master was hit by one of these battlefield evil ghosts, their protective spirit chi would not be broken. However, there were many evil spirits on the battlefield. As the saying goes, a large number of ants can bite an elephant to death. This was the same principle. When a number of ants reached a terrifying level, if they continued to attack, the protective spiritual energy would be able to hold on for a while, but it would continue to be consumed and eventually be broken through. Moreover, Chunzong had tried it once and found that although the power of the evil ghost was only at the normal half-step transcendent level, its power was terrifying. With a strong will impact, it could directly attack one's mind and soul. 1 or 2 or 3 impacts were nothing. Any transcendent could withstand them, but if it was 10 or 100, the impact would become obvious. Chunzong knew that with his powerful soul, he could withstand the impact of the battlefield evil ghost thousands or even tens of thousands of times, but there was no need for him to do so. If he could avoid it, he would. All of a sudden, a wisp of strange red light stretched out into a phantom. It passed through the blue light in a flash and approached Chunzong. It fiercely tore apart the night sky. 3 strange, sharp, and scarlet scratches seemed to be frozen in the void. Chila as fast as lightning. Chunzong's figure flickered and suddenly dissipated under the 3 scarlet claw marks, avoiding them in time. However, Chunzong's expression became dignified, his sharp eyes quickly sweeping around and landing on a figure that was approaching again. The aura it gave off was cruel and bloodthirsty. It was a battlefield evil ghost, and not an ordinary one at that. What burned in his empty eye sockets was not the blue spectral spirit fire, but the scarlet spectral spirit fire. It looked even stranger and more frightening. This was a transcendent realm battlefield evil ghost. It looked like a human with 2 legs and 2 arms, but it was very strange. Its head was like the head of a bear, its hands were like the claws of a wolf, and its feet were like the hooves of a horse. In short, it looked like a monster made up of the bones of various animals. This scarlet ghost was extremely fast, almost comparable to a standard transcendent 3rd layer cultivator. Punching out and colliding with the scarlet ghost claws, Chunzong felt a tyrannical force hit him, equivalent to a dragon force 3rd layer cultivator. The hardness of this scarlet ghost bones also exceeded that of a common grade top rank weapon, close to a grade 1 spirit artifact. Die! With a bang, the power of purple cloud, true flame, erupted and blasted towards the scarlet ghost. The power of purple cloud true flame was not weak, almost on par with blue cloud force, but possessed of blazing heat that blue cloud force did not possess. It was capable of causing real damage to the scarlet ghost, or even killing it. As soon as the purple cloud true flame came into contact with the scarlet ghost claws, it rapidly spread, covering the scarlet ghost's entire body and burning it. A blood-curdling scream came out from the scarlet evil ghost's empty mouth. It was like a demonic sound piercing through one's brain, causing Chunzong's complexion to change. He vaguely felt as if his eardrums were being torn apart, and his brain was being ruthlessly stirred by an invisible knife. However, Chunzong quickly dispelled this discomfort. Unlike the blue ghost, the scarlet ghost resistance to purple cloud true flame was much stronger. The blue ghost was hit by purple cloud true flame and was instantly incinerated by the ghost fire, truly dying. More purple cloud true flame covered the scarlet ghost body and spread into its eye sockets, burning away the scarlet ghost fire. The ghost fire was the foundation of the scarlet ghost. 10 breaths. A full 10 breaths of time. And within this 10 breaths of time, the scarlet ghost continued to chase Chunzong, as if it wanted to perish together with Chunzong. After 10 breaths of time, the scarlet ghost's ghost fire was incinerated, and its tyrannical bones lost the power to condense and fell apart, becoming gray and withered. That's... Chunzong caught a glimpse of a dazzling red light from the corner of his eye. At the same time, the blue ghost around the red light seemed to riot and rush towards the red light, even ignoring Chunzong. Chunzong raised his hand and grabbed, and the red light flew into his hand. A cool sensation quickly spread through his hand, causing Chunzong to shudder. He instantly felt refreshed, pure, flawless. The red light in his hand was an irregular crystal the size of a lotus seed, filled with waves of extremely pure energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations were very mysterious, similar to spiritual sense but different. When the scarlet crystal fell into Chunzong's hand, the surrounding blue ghost became more violent, conveying a kind of desire and greed, as if the scarlet crystal in Chunzong's hand was very attractive to them. The scarlet crystal was put into the storage ring, and the blue ghost's riot suddenly calmed down, turning their target to Chunzong. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a strange blue light flashing, and there were pale white bones around him. Ferocious, bloodthirsty, this kind of energy would make people feel depressed and scared. Even if Chunzong had a strong soul and an extremely tenacious will, after a long time, he also felt tired. He couldn't find a shelter, and the sky was still dark. He didn't know how long this would last, and the blue ghost was endless. It was like an endless purgatory, making people feel desperate. The power of the purple cloud true flame was more than half consumed, and Chunzong was also a little tired. Suddenly, Chunzong caught a glimpse of a ball of sparkling white light between the gaps of the blue ghost body. The power suddenly erupted, sweeping forward, and an extremely high temperature evaporated the surroundings, scorching the ground black. With a boom, the purple flame was like a python, and wherever it passed, the blue ghost was burned to ashes in an instant. His figure flashed, and Chunzong quickly rushed forward, killing as he rushed. After rushing for about a few hundred meters, Chunzong's eyes lit up. The source of the white light was in front of him. It was like a huge transparent bowl had been turned upside down on the ground. That layer of transparency was constantly emitting a soft white light. Chunzong saw that there were 4 figures inside. Shelter! Chunzong was suddenly happy and quickly rushed over. According to the Floating Cloud King, the shelter was set up in the fierce ancient battlefield by the masters of the high sects. Its purpose was naturally to provide a relatively safe place to rest for the geniuses of the lower and central territories who had participated in the 10 years of fierce battles. After all, the battlefield at night was infested with blue ghosts and was extremely dangerous. Even if a powerful transcendent entered and fought without rest, they would eventually die at the hands of the endless blue ghost. However, when Chunzong approached the shelter and was about to rush in, a cold knife light broke through the air and came at him. As soon as Chunzong broke through the light curtain of the shelter, he would immediately be struck by the saber light. World Yuan Qi surged, condensing into the shape of a saber and rolling forward. This saber light contained an extremely tyrannical power, causing Chunzong's expression to become dignified. With a flash of his figure, Chunzong immediately appeared on the other side of the light curtain. He rushed into the light curtain again, but he was met with a huge palm print the size of a millstone. The center of the palm print was spinning like a vortex, containing an extremely terrifying power. After several attempts, Chunzong was intercepted by the 3 people inside the shelter. The cultivations of these 4 people were very high, 3 at the transcendent 4th layer and 1 at the transcendent 5th layer. Their spirit chi fluctuations were extremely powerful, Obviously, their backgrounds weren't low, and the secret arts they cultivated were at least spirit-grade mid-rank. This shelter is ours. You'd better obediently become a snack for those blue ghosts. One of the transcendent fourth-layer cultivators sneered at Shenzong, while the others stared at Shenzong with ridicule, as if they were waiting to see the scene of him being eaten by those blue ghosts. These four people were very strong. Even if Shenzong had enough strength, one-on-one fighting them would not be easy, not to mention one of them was a transcendent fifth-layer cultivator. Even if he could break into the shelter, he would most likely be besieged. Moreover, Shenzong did not have a sword, so he would not be able to display the full power of his sword skills. Chapter 1032. Did the six paths slack off again? My grandfather passed away at the age of 88. I'm very relieved that he no longer has to suffer the pain of being tortured day and night. That's... Inside the shelter, the four people stared at the blue evil ghost being burned by the purple flames. The transcendent fifth-layer cultivator trembled as a powerful aura surged out from him, a dim light flashing in the depths of his eyes. World energy, it should be a kind of earth flame, the transcendent fifth-layer cultivator quickly said. It actually possesses a kind of earth flame. If I had known earlier, I would have let him in. That's right, let him in first, then kill him and take the earth flame. The three transcendent fourth-layer cultivators were annoyed. World energy was extremely precious and rare. Although the four of them had extraordinary backgrounds and high talent, so far, only the transcendent fifth-layer cultivator had obtained a world energy, the other three hadn't. Now, seeing a world energy slip away right under their noses, a sense of unwillingness filled their hearts. Shenzong was a human, flesh and blood, so after fighting for a long time, he began to feel tired. His strength was being consumed, and his limbs were gradually losing strength. But evil ghosts continued to appear, surging forward like a tidal wave. He had found a shelter, but there were already people blocking him from entering, which was the same as indirectly killing him. So Shenzong also harbored killing intent towards them. But now, it was only killing intent. The only thing he could do was to put down his killing intent and survive. If he died, everything would be for naught. Kill, kill, kill. The purple cloud True Flame's power was constantly being consumed, and now only had about 10% left. If it ran out, Shenzong would temporarily lose the ability to kill evil ghosts, and with his limited spirit energy and dragon force, it would be difficult to deal with evil ghosts. With a flash of red light, another scarlet evil ghost appeared. This scarlet evil ghost was different from the one they had encountered before. Its appearance was that of a giant, each of its bones extremely thick, especially the bones in its arms, which were condensed together like steel, giving it a terrifying appearance. It threw a punch at Shenzong. There was no fluctuation of the chi of heaven and earth, but the pure strength of the punch combined with the power of the ghost fire. The air was sucked dry by this punch, forming a vacuum that crushed toward Shenzong, suffocating Shenzong and making him feel like his body was being restrained and squeezed. This punch was very powerful, even more powerful than the previous Scarlet Evil Ghost. If he was hit, Shenzong knew that he would not be able to withstand it and would be seriously injured. He used the last 10% of the purple cloud True Flame's power, mixed it with his dragon power and spiritual energy, and poured it into the glove on his hand. He activated the power of a grade 1 spirit artifact and punched. Like a dragon or a tiger, it was extremely ferocious. Purple flames were burning on the gloves. It was dazzling and dreamy. With a boom, the large and small fists collided. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Then, with a tremor, countless ripples exploded from where the two fists collided, spreading out in all directions. These ripples carried the power of the purple cloud True Flame and the Ghost Flame, and they wreaked havoc in a radius of dozens of meters. As they swept past the bodies of the deep blue evil ghosts, a horrifying scene occurred. One by one, the blue evil ghosts froze, as if they had been immobilized. Then, the ghost fire in their eye sockets flickered like a candle flame in the wind, and was extinguished in the blink of an eye. The halo on the white bones disappeared, and the bones became gray and withered again, scattering one after another. The impact of the tyrannical power caused the ground to crack open and spread horizontally. With another boom, the tyrannical power hit Chunzong, causing Chunzong's arm to tremble. He could not help but take 3 steps back. Each step was so heavy that it caused the ground to collapse. Although the huge scarlet evil ghost was not repelled, its body swayed. The purple cloud, true flame, quickly spread through its arm and covered its entire body, burning fiercely. A mournful roar came out of the scarlet evil ghost's hollow mouth, like the last desperate cry of a ferocious beast. It was extremely ear-piercing. The scarlet evil ghost attacked again, its fist continuously bombarding Chunzong. Chunzong used his illusionary wind cloud kick and quickly dodged. Some of the dark blue evil ghosts were struck by the fists of the scarlet evil ghosts. The tyrannical power was so strong that none of the dark blue evil ghosts could withstand it. Under the impact of the fists, all of their bones were shattered into pieces. Even the dark soul fire was affected by the purple cloud, true flame, and dissipated in an instant. 10 breaths. For a full 10 breaths of time, the frenzied scarlet nefarious ghost chased after Chunzong. Its 2 fists killed over 100 deep blue nefarious ghosts, relieving the pressure Chunzong was facing to a certain extent. After the scarlet evil ghost died, it left behind an irregular pure red crystal the size of a lotus seed. Just like before, it caused a riot among the blue evil ghosts. Chunzong quickly grabbed it and put it into his storage ring. Using his leg technique, he rushed forward while repelling the blue evil ghosts. Each of his hands was holding a low-grade, primordial stone. He used the clear sky technique to constantly restore his consumed spirit power. As for the power of the purple cloud, true flame, it was also recovering, but it was relatively slow. I just hope that I can find shelter as soon as possible, Chunzong secretly said. He still had hope. Even if it was the last moment, he would not give up hope. It had only been a little more than 2 hours since the appearance of the evil ghost at night. Chunzong's luck was not good. He only found a shelter, but there were already people inside, and the people inside were not willing to let Chunzong in. On a night like this, a shelter was very important, because only by hiding in a shelter would one not be attacked by the evil ghosts. There was no pattern to the appearance of shelter, and it really depended on luck. The power of the purple cloud, true flame, had only recovered a little. At most, it could kill a few blue evil ghosts. Chunzong did not intend to use it, because there was no difference between a few more blue evil ghosts and a few fewer blue evil ghosts. A sudden change occurred. The blue evil ghosts in front of him paused. Under Chunzong's gaze, they actually took the initiative to retreat to the left and right. In the words of the floating cloud king, the battlefield evil ghosts had no intelligence. They only had chaotic, bloodthirsty instincts left behind by the remnant soul consciousness. They belonged to the dead, and when they discovered the aura of a living person, they would violently besiege. Moreover, they would also devour the souls of living people and subconsciously strengthen themselves. Since the appearance of the evil ghosts until now, Chunzong had been surrounded and chased by them. As long as they discovered him, the evil ghosts would attack like a riot. There had never been a situation like this. They actually stopped and retreated. Moreover, their retreat seemed a little scattered, but the direction was clear. It was as if they were greeting some great master. Immediately, Chunzong's heart jumped uncontrollably as a strong sense of dread emerged from the depths of his heart, like a flood breaking through a dam. Danger! A threat! Chunzong's complexion suddenly changed, and without hesitation, he immediately retreated. At the same time, a purple light appeared in front of him and rapidly approached, causing Chunzong to shiver. Purple nether evil ghosts. The floating cloud king had said that the battlefield evil ghosts were divided into 3 types, or rather, 3 levels. The lowest level was the blue evil ghosts, which had the largest number and whose strength reached the half-step transcendent realm. Even more powerful were the scarlet evil ghosts, which were much smaller in number than the blue evil ghosts, not even 1/10,000th of the total number. They were not weak, having reached the transcendent realm, with the weakest reaching the first layer and the strongest reaching the fourth layer. Of the two scarlet evil ghosts Chunzong had encountered before, one was at the third layer of the transcendent realm, and the other was at the fourth layer of the transcendent realm. The strongest evil ghost was called the purple nether evil ghost, and even the weakest one was at the seventh layer of the transcendent realm, while the strongest one was at the ninth layer of the transcendent realm. In other words, after entering the ancient battlefield, if one was unlucky enough to encounter a purple nether evil ghost, the chances of dying were very high. However, the Floating Cloud King had also said that purple nether evil ghosts were very few in number. It was more than 2 meters tall and had a humanoid shape. Its bones were all condensed, and it looked like it was wearing a skeleton armor. It was covered in a purple-white halo, and its head also looked like it was wearing a ferocious skeleton helmet. In the depths of its pitch-black hollow eyes, 2 strange purple flames were jumping and burning. Surrounded by a purple-white halo, bone chains as thick as a normal person's arm wrapped around the purple nether evil ghost body like poisonous snakes. The 2 ends of these bone chains were as sharp as spears and were covered in barbs, obviously used for slaughter. A terrifying aura emanated from the purple abyss evil ogre and the skeletal chains. It spread out in all directions, shocking Chunzong and making his hair stand on end. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chunzong pushed his hurricane fantasy cloud leg to the limit, disregarding the consumption of his spirit chi in order to escape. This purple nether evil ghost was at least a transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator. Even if Chunzong had a sword, unless it was a 7th grade spirit artifact, he would not be its opponent. The purple nether evil ghost's eyes stared at Chunzong, causing Chunzong's complexion to change drastically as a sense of horror welled up from the depths of his soul, causing him to feel dizzy. Fortunately, Chunzong's soul was very strong, and the dizziness disappeared in an instant. Immediately after, Chunzong felt that the purple nether evil ghost seemed to be slightly surprised. This was an emotion that only intelligent creatures would have, but this ancient battlefield evil ghost was actually said to have no intelligence. Was this an illusion, or was it his imagination? Chunzong didn't have time to think about it, because the bone chains around the purple nether evil ghost had already locked onto Chunzong, and a cold and sharp aura threatened to pierce through Chunzong. In the blink of an eye, the bone chains broke through the air and a sharp sound rang out. Chunzong reacted extremely quickly and immediately sent out blue cloud space, shattering sword chi. Asterisk pop. Asterisk the sword chi shattered, but was unable to stop it. The power of the 4 spirit wheels in Chunzong's body was fully released, and his spirit chi and heart sword force instantly erupted. The True Flame's body tempering art was also fully circulated, causing the blazing dragon force to erupt. The purple cloud True Flames, which had just recovered a little, also burst out in an instant. Immediately, a blue light filled the air and dyed Chunzong's hair and body blue. It was the grand accomplishment blue cloud sword body. The blue cloud sword body was only a 1st grade secret technique, so it was no longer enough for Chunzong to keep up, but it could still increase his strength a little, so it was better than nothing. The remaining 8 blue cloud space shattering sword chi were instantly mobilized by Chunzong and covered his fist. This was all the power that Chunzong could erupt with at the moment. With a loud boom, Chunzong felt an extremely terrifying force explode from the tip of the skeletal chain. It shattered the green cloud sky, shattering sword chi one after another, and finally shattered the 1st grade spiritual weapon glove. He felt as if his palm had been pierced through and shattered. Chapter 1033. The purple flames in the purple serene evil ghost's eye sockets flickered and emitted a fierce purple light, as if it wanted to see through all secrets, but it found nothing. That living being with a delicious soul had disappeared right in front of his eyes. As if passing through water, Chunzong's body became sluggish. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, it was only a short moment. Chunzong passed through the water curtain-like barrier and landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Intense pain continued to spread from his right palm, engulfing his entire body. His entire arm twitched uncontrollably. A sinister and sharp energy continued to spread from his right palm to his arm, along with the intense pain, corroding his body. His soul was also attacked by an evil energy, causing his mind to become dazed. Fortunately, Chun's own soul was strong enough to quickly shake off this impact and regain consciousness. As if an invisible blade was tearing through his body, Chun Zong frowned. He felt that his vitality was being destroyed little by little. Not daring to hesitate, Chun Zong immediately swept his surroundings with his spiritual sense. After not feeling any danger, he took out a healing pill and a pill to restore his spirit energy, then circulated his secret art to dissolve the pill's power. As the pill's power was dissolved, his spirit energy quickly recovered. The healing pill's efficacy also resisted the terrible force that invaded his body. With the help of his spirit energy, it surrounded him from all directions. However, Chunzong found that the pill's power, his own spirit energy, and the Heartsword's power could not expel the death aura filled with death chi. They could only constantly compress it and finally seal it on a finger of his left hand. Chunzong's little finger had changed greatly. It was now grayish-black and filled with a palpitating death chi. Cutting off his little finger might be a solution, but Chunzong did not intend to do so. He would wait until the purple cloud True Flame's power was restored, then use it to burn the power of the little finger. His right palm was penetrated, and there was a hole, but with the help of the pill, it recovered little by little. In addition, Chunzong's body refinement cultivation had reached the second layer of Dragon Force realm, so his self-healing ability was stronger than ordinary transcendence. Even so, it would take a lot of time to completely heal. Chunzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time he had almost failed. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. The Floating Cloud King had already made it very clear that there was the danger of death upon entering the fierce ancient battlefield. However, before encountering it, one would often subconsciously harbor a little bit of hope in one's heart. However, when it truly arrived, one would be caught unprepared. Fortunately, Chunzong was not an ordinary person. He reminded himself all the time. Therefore, when the crisis of death came, he reacted quickly and used all his strength. However, the difference was too great. Even though he had unleashed all of his strength, he was still unable to withstand the other party's attack. He felt that the other party had not used his full strength in that attack. If he had used his full strength, perhaps he would have died by now. Even though he was still alive, his injuries were not light. His strength had been greatly reduced, and even his grade 1 spirit artifact gloves had been shattered. Where is this place? Chunzong stood up and looked around carefully. This was a very spacious hall. There were 9 huge pillars supporting the roof of the hall. Each pillar was covered with unique patterns. The patterns were like sword marks that intersected with each other. It was very complicated. He scanned the area with his soul sense, but found nothing, which made Chunzong even more confused. Could it be a subspace? A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The Floating Cloud King had told him about some of the situations in the fierce ancient battlefield. There were dangers, but there were also opportunities. One of the so-called sources of danger was the battlefield evil ghosts that woke up after nightfall. Of course, there were also other geniuses from other regions who had entered the ancient battlefield. Opportunities, on the other hand, were secondary spaces. Like the sanctuaries, the subspaces were built by the upper sex. But there was a difference. Most of the subspaces were built by the upper sex, and only a few were left behind by the elites of the upper sex. Subspaces were even rarer than God's sanctuary, but they were also better. This was because the shelter only provided protection so that people could safely pass through the night on the battlefield and avoid being hunted down by evil spirits. In the subspace, however, there was a chance of obtaining benefits. Cultivation methods, martial arts, pills, weapons, and so on were all possible. Of course, there was also the possibility of obtaining nothing. After confirming that he was in the subspace, Chunzong's mind became active. The fierce ancient battlefield had not been open for long. He should be the first person to enter this subspace. The things inside should not have been taken away yet. But where were they? Chunzong walked to the first pillar and carefully examined it. Looking at the sword marks on it, he unconsciously immersed himself in it. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to see a blurry figure holding a sharp sword. The sword slashed out again and again. The trajectory seemed simple, but it was mysterious. It was extremely agile and sharp. Every slash had an indescribable charm. Each sword mark represented a sword, and they were densely crisscrossed. After an unknown period of time, Chun Zongqing woke up. When he looked at the pillar again, he felt that the sword marks on the pillar were no longer as messy as before. They had become orderly, and some kind of pattern was on the verge of appearing. Deep in thought, Chunzong walked to the second pillar and continued to observe. Each of the 9 pillars was covered with sword marks. They were similar but different. From this point, it could be seen that the sword marks on the 9 pillars were made by the same person. It's not a profound sword skill. After looking at the sword marks on the 9 pillars, Chunzong pondered. With Chunzong's attainment in swordsmanship, he could see some of the mysteries. Those sword marks were marks left by simple swordsmanship. How simple was the swordsmanship? It was the basic swordsmanship. The basic swordsmanship was the foundation of swordsmanship. It was the simplest move, but under the sword of the unknown expert, it was not simple at all. It contained a unique mystery. This mystery made Chunzong feel confused. Obviously, the opponent's attainment in swordsmanship was better than his, but he was not sure by how much. Sitting cross-legged, Chunzong carefully comprehended. His intuition told him that the sword marks on the 9 pillars were the key. If he could not comprehend them, even if he entered the subspace, he would only be able to hide from the evil spirits in the outside world. Calming his heart, Chunzong's gaze swept across the 8 pillars. After sweeping over all the sword scars on them, it was as if he wanted to deeply imprint them in his mind. Soon after, he closed his eyes. His breathing became long and almost silent. While comprehending, the power of the purple cloud true flame was slowly recovering. Time passed slowly. In Chunzong's mind, there seemed to be a sword light flashing. The sword light was simple and direct. Then, the second ray of sword light lit up and pierced through everything in its path. The third, the fourth, the fifth. More and more sword lights flashed in his mind, and they became denser and denser. They crisscrossed like tens of thousands of swords, shining brightly. Each sword light was similar or different. Chunzong looked very dignified. The tens of thousands of sword lights seemed to want to break through his mind. Gradually, the tens of thousands of sword lights approached and finally condensed into one. The sword light was extremely majestic and dazzling. It emitted an amazing brilliance. The light was so bright that it seemed to illuminate the sky. Chunzong's body was also affected. It was as if he could not control it. The spiritual power in his body surged. The heart sword force and the green cloud force also filled the air in an instant and merged into one. He put his fingers together like a sword and seemed to draw a line in the air. It also seemed to pierce through the air. It was as light as a feather and seemed to have no power. It was like a wisp of smoke. However, the moment the sword light broke through the air, it was mighty. It was like the roar of wind and thunder. It shook the heavens and the earth and burst out with a terrifying power that could destroy everything. With a boom, a green sword light split the air. It was as if the space in the hall was divided into 2. Chunzong also felt that the power in his body was drained in an instant. A sense of emptiness spread all over his body. Even so, Chunzong grasped the feeling of the instant sword strike. It was like a brand that fell on his soul. 9,999 transformations fused into one sword move. Chunzong muttered to himself as he swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy. It turned out that there were 9,999 sword marks on the 9 pillars. Each mark was very simple. It was just a mark left by a basic sword move. However, they were all different. When Chunzong comprehended it thoroughly, he realized that each sword mark was actually a change of a sword move. When all the sword marks were comprehended and merged, he realized that it was actually one sword move. It was a very powerful sword move, and he used all his strength to launch it. With a buzz, something strange happened. The 9 pillars trembled, and the sword marks on them emitted light. The entire hall seemed to be shaking along with it. At the same time, in the sky bearing up a region, there was a small pavilion built on the edge of a high cliff. It faced the rolling sea of clouds outside the cliff. Under the direct sunlight, it emitted a colorful brilliance. It was very beautiful. In the small pavilion, there were 2 people sitting on the ground, separated by a small round stone table. On top of the table, there was a sparkling and translucent white jade gourd and 2 incomparably exquisite white jade wine cups. In the cups, there was amber-colored wine. The wine fragrance rose in spirals, like the shadow of a coiling dragon. One of the middle-aged men in green was about to raise his wine cup when he suddenly froze. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Lee, what are you so happy about?" The black-robed man, sitting opposite the middle-aged man in green, asked curiously when he saw the smile on the middle-aged man's face. "Something interesting." The middle-aged man in green smiled. He raised his wine cup and took a sip. "Someone has comprehended the sword move I left behind in the ancient live battle subspace. Is it that sword move of yours?" The black-robed man raised his eyebrows in surprise. "It's unbelievable that someone in the lower and middle region can comprehend it. I left behind a first move in that subspace. It's disassembled into 9,999 changes. Only by comprehending all the changes can one have a chance of comprehending it." The middle-aged man in green put down his wine cup and said with a smile, "Actually, what I left behind is a spiritual sword. As long as you find the mechanism, you can get the spiritual sword. As for the sword move, I didn't expect anyone to comprehend it. It was just something I made on a whim. I didn't expect anyone to comprehend it. Your sword move is mysterious. Different people comprehend it, and each sword move is different. I wonder what kind of sword move this person will comprehend." The black-robed man was curious. He wasn't curious about the person who comprehended the sword move, but the sword move itself. Chapter 1034. It was the sound of many gears grinding against each other. It was extremely ear-piercing. Immediately, a shocking sword chi filled the sky. Brilliant green sword light burst out, stirring up the wind and clouds. When it swept past Chunzong's body, Chunzong couldn't help but tremble. His face was full of shock. It was obvious that this was the aura of a spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was the aura of a spiritual sword. Chunzong's gaze swept across the area and focused on the source of the dazzling green light. It was a stone platform that was slowly rising from the cracked ground. The stone platform rose to its limit, about 1 meter high. As the sharp and dazzling green light shot out, a sword edge rose inch by inch like a bud that had broken through the soil. A sword, a long sword with a body that looked like it was made of green divine gold, was reflected in Chunzong's eyes. The green light was like water and wind, flowing unsteadily. A powerful aura spread around. "Good sword." Chunzong was delighted. Although he didn't know what grade the sword was, he was sure that it was a spiritual sword. Moreover, it was higher than the first grade. The White River sword was broken. Chunzong lacked a suitable sword, so it was difficult for him to display the power of his swordsmanship. His strength was obviously reduced. Therefore, Chunzong didn't ask for much. He only wanted a first-grade spiritual sword. He didn't expect to fall into this space by chance, escape the pursuit of the purple underworld evil ghost, and comprehend the nameless sword style through 9,999 sword scars. Its power was amazing. Moreover, he saw a spiritual sword that was at least of the second grade. Chunzong reached out and grabbed the hilt with his left hand. The sword suddenly trembled, bursting with a powerful force that attacked Chunzong's palm, trying to break free from Chunzong's grasp. Chunzong had used up all his strength to perform the nameless sword style. Now he had only recovered a little. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was very strong. He immediately suppressed the spiritual weapon's resistance and refined it for his own use. Dark light sword. Chunzong stared at the body of the sword. There were two ancient words engraved on it, which were faintly discernible. They were the words Xianguang. This sword was a grade 3 spirit sword, containing the power of a standard third-layer transcendent. The injury on his right hand had yet to heal, so he could only hold the sword with his left hand. Fortunately, when Chunzong was in Blue Wave's world, he had once used two swords, so there wasn't much difference between his left and right hand. Of course, Chunzong was more used to holding the sword with his right hand. Chunzong swung his sword. The feeling of a sharp blade cutting through the air made him feel carefree. The green light flickered like a blooming flower, beautiful and exquisite beyond compare. Putting away the dark light sword, Chunzong sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method to restore his spiritual power and all his other powers. As time passed, his spiritual energy gradually recovered, and so did his dragon energy. The purple cloud True Flame's recovery speed was slower, but it had already recovered half of it. As for the green cloud sky-shattering sword chi, all 9 of them had been used up and had yet to recover. Taking out a low-rank source stone and absorbing it, the green cloud sky-shattering sword chi condensed again until it was completely restored. Mobilizing the purple cloud True Flame, Chunzong quickly spread it to his left little finger, covering it and calcining it. The death chi contained in it was immediately incinerated by the purple cloud True Flame and quickly disappeared. After about a dozen breaths, the little finger returned to its original state, and the hidden danger was resolved. Now, only the wound on his right hand had yet to heal. At this time, a surge of power came from all directions, as if trying to squeeze Chunzong out. Chunzong didn't resist, and his figure seemed to pass through the water, ripples spreading out, and in the next breath, it was as if time and space had been rotated. Chunzong quickly glanced around and knew that he had left the mysterious subspace and returned to the ancient battlefield. However, there was no trace of the endless tide of evil spirits on the battlefield. It was as if they had never appeared, as if everything that had happened last night was just an illusion. But the wound on his right hand made Chunzong understand that last night was definitely not an illusion, but real. But now, the night had passed and the day had come. The endless evil ghosts on the battlefield had all returned to silence, waiting for the next night to come. When the cold wind blew, they would wake up again and wreak havoc on the earth. Chunzong scanned the area with his soul sense, looking for the mysterious subspace, but found nothing. His figure wandered in all directions, but he didn't enter it again. Perhaps the mysterious subspace had been deeply hidden. Since he had obtained the opportunity and couldn't find the subspace, Chunzong didn't persist. Looking around, he identified the direction he came from yesterday and continued to move forward. The battlefield in the daytime was obviously safer. At least there wouldn't be any terrible evil ghosts wreaking havoc. Chunzong encountered abnormal pressure from time to time, but at most, it was 3 or 4 times the normal pressure, which was nothing for Chunzong. In fact, a strong enough pressure was good for cultivation. It could suppress the body and stimulate the potential in the body so as to improve the cultivation. But unfortunately, the pressure wasn't strong enough, so the effect wasn't good. The ancient battlefield was very big, and different regions entered different places. Plus, they were scattered, so it was not easy to meet each other. Of course, if they found the right direction and went to the ancient battlefield city, the possibility of meeting each other would be greatly increased. Chunzong used the phantom wind and cloud leg to rush forward. His body rushed forward, but suddenly he stopped, as if he was suppressed by an extremely strong force, and fell from the sky. With a bang, the ground under his feet cracked inch by inch. Chunzong unconsciously knelt down on one knee, and the ground under his knee cracked as well. Heavy pressure, an extremely tyrannical pressure, continued to press down on Chunzong from all directions. It was as if it wanted to crush Chunzong into a meat patty. 10 times, It's at least 10 times the outside pressure. Chunzong's face was pale, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Obviously, he was trying his best to resist the pressure. The dragon energy surged, mighty and mighty, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The tyrannical power filled his bones and muscles, causing Chunzong's body to expand and emit a tyrannical and ferocious aura. The 4 spiritual wheels rotated at full speed, and the spiritual power gushed out, filling his organs and circulating in his body. It worked together with the dragon power to strengthen his body and resist the pressure. He straightened his legs, spine, and body. In an instant, there was a sound of a bowstring, and the power overflowed. With such a heavy pressure, it's good to practice the true flame body refining technique. Chunzong suddenly had an idea. For qi refining, it was best to practice in a place where the qi of heaven and earth was rich and pure. But for body refining, the density and purity of the qi of heaven and earth was not the most important. When the external pressure was enough, it would further stimulate the body's potential and transform it into dragon power to improve his body refining technique and strengthen his body. With this thought, Chunzong immediately withdrew the spiritual power that filled his body into the spiritual wheels, and the 4 spiritual wheels stopped rotating. Without the protection of the spiritual power, Chunzong suddenly felt his body sink. The pressure was so heavy that it felt like his body was going to collapse. Fortunately, his dragon power was still there, and he managed to resist it. Both of Chunzong's feet spread apart and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack and collapse. However, Chunzong's body did not move as he forcefully endured this powerful pressure. He turned his arms and quickly drew a circle in front of him, and it kept shrinking. He flicked his fingers, creating a mysterious path, like a ripple, and it quickly shrank inwards. Finally, his hand stopped in front of his energy sea, and his palms were facing each other, as if he was holding something. The purple cloud, true flame, trembled, and a hot force was immediately mobilized. It quickly spread throughout his body and merged with the dragon power. It swam between his bones and muscles and flowed through his marrow, organs, and so on, constantly strengthening his body. Body refining practitioners first mastered the tiger power and tempered their body to the extreme. After a breakthrough, the tiger power would transform into dragon power, and the dragon power would temper the body, and the effect would be better. However, for body refining, without the help of the corresponding resources, the progress would be slower than for qi refining, because the body could only be slowly tempered. In addition to the help of resources, the cultivation environment was also a very important factor. For example, if the external pressure was strong enough, it could stimulate the body's potential and speed up body refining. Of course, using external pressure to stimulate the body's potential was not a good method of body refining. It would overdraft the body to a certain extent. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times and there were no great supplements to replenish the body's energy, it would overdraft the body and affect the subsequent cultivation. It would be difficult to improve the cultivation, and it would even affect the body's foundation. Chunzong had never used such a method before. This was his first time, so it was not a problem. The heavy pressure was continuous and endless. Chunzong resisted the pressure and continued to operate the True Flame's body refining technique. He mobilized the dragon power in his body to resist the pressure and stimulate his body's potential. At the same time, he mobilized part of the purple cloud True Flame's power to strengthen the cultivation of the True Flame's body refining technique. It had not been long since Chunzong obtained the True Flame's body refining technique, but he was able to improve from a beginner to the late stage of LV2 Dragon Power Realm. Other than his own superhuman comprehension, he also had the help of the Purple Cloud True Flame. To a certain extent, the Purple Cloud True Flame was equivalent to a long-lasting body refining resource. It did not have any side effects. No, if there was a side effect, it would be that it was very hot. When the Purple Cloud True Flame passed through his organs, bones, veins, muscles, and skin, Chunzong felt as if his body was being calcined by a raging fire. That kind of heat from the inside out almost burned his body into ashes. The tenfold pressure and the purple cloud true flame's energy worked together. One stimulated Shao Chen's potential, and the other tempered his dragon energy, nourishing his body and strengthening his physique. Where is this ancient war city located? I'm not sure. Let's take our time and see if we can find any clues. I wonder if the man from last night died. We can't find a shelter, and his strength isn't strong enough. In my opinion, he's most likely become a delicacy for the evil ghost. I don't care if he's dead or not, but it's a pity that the earth flame is gone. For figures quickly ran across the ruined ground, using their movement skills to fly forward like the wind. The one in the lead was a Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator, while the other three were all Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. The ones talking were none other than the 3 Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. If Chunzong saw them, he would recognize them as the ones who had prevented him from entering the shelter last night. Even now, they were still thinking about the earth flame on Chunzong's body. Chapter 1035. Crack. The cracking sound was ear-piercing, and the ground beneath Chunzong's feet shattered even more. It must be known that the hardness of the ground under 10 times the pressure was much higher than other places. It was even more astonishing than refined steel. Even so, the ground continued to shatter under Chunzong's feet. From this, one could imagine how strong Chunzong's feet were and how terrifying the pressure was. The 10 times the pressure was constant. When the pressure fell on the body, it not only affected the surface of the body, but also the internal organs through the skin, muscles, tendons, and bones. It could be said that Chunzong was under heavy pressure from inside out. Even his spiritual sense was affected. The True Flame's body-refining technique carried the blazing dragon power. It was like a dragon shuttling through his body. Everywhere it passed, the heat spread as if it was burning everything. It was like real gold that had been tempered thousands of times. Every time the blazing dragon power hit him, Chunzong could feel his muscles bulging. That place was filled with strong power. Once it exploded, it seemed to be able to destroy everything. The skin that was exposed outside of the robe turned red because of the technique and the blazing dragon power. It emitted waves of high temperature. Sweat would evaporate as soon as it appeared, turning into water vapor. As Chunzong cultivated, he could feel a warm current seeping out from the deepest part of his body. It merged with the blazing dragon power and strengthened it. As it was transported, it seeped into his internal organs, tendons, bones, muscles, and skin, slowly strengthening them. His body trembled slightly. His tendons and bones trembled. The dragon roar seemed to be louder. Peak of LV2 Dragon Power Realm. It was often more difficult to improve one's body refining technique than chi refining technique. Of course, both had their advantages. In comparison, chi refining technique relied more on talent, while body refining technique relied less on talent. It relied more on perseverance. Of course, it would be better if one had a talent that was suitable for body refining technique. His internal organs were wriggling, producing thunderous sounds. His tendons, bones, and muscles were trembling. Even his skin was bouncing. The strong power was surging. Under the purple cloud, true flames. A trace of enlightenment suddenly burst out from the depths of his mind. It was like a ray of light that flashed through the darkness. It bloomed in an instant and was caught by Chunzong. True flames burn my body, refine my true body. It was as if a great bell had been poured into his head, and all sorts of comprehensions gushed out in an instant. With a swoosh, a cluster of purple flames gushed out from Chunzong's body. The flame flickered and spread all over his body. It burned fiercely and emitted waves of high temperature, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it had been ignited. It was as though it could melt steel into molten iron. The temperature was so high that it seemed like there were endless ripples. Even the ground beneath their feet became more arid and cracked. The temperature was shockingly high, but Chunzong's robe was still intact, as if it was not affected at all. Chunzong himself also did not feel the shocking heat. As the light purple flame spread and covered his entire body, the dragon power was also calcined and became pure. Not long after, Chunzong felt that although the total amount of dragon power in his body did not increase, its purity had doubled. In other words, the power of the dragon power unleashed by someone who was also at the peak of LV2 dragon power realm was much more powerful and terrifying. The stronger dragon power swept through his entire body. Chunzong could feel that his organs, bones, muscles, and skin were all strengthened by the pure dragon power. The peak of LV2 dragon power realm. Technique intent. Chunzong had already grasped the technique intent of the true flames body refining technique and cultivated it to its peak. This meant that Chunzong's overall strength had increased. After all, Chunzong's current strength was mainly based on qi cultivation, and his body cultivation was secondary. His body cultivation was not as strong as his qi cultivation. Therefore, the increase in his body cultivation did not have a significant effect on his overall strength. However, it was undeniable that Chunzong's survival ability had increased. Moreover, the mastery of the technique intent of the true flames body refining technique to its peak would also allow Chunzong's body cultivation to improve faster in the future. He had made a small breakthrough in his body cultivation from the late stage of LV2 Dragon Power Realm to the peak, and then to the peak. He had also grasped the technique intent of the true flames body refining technique. He had gained a lot from his cultivation. Just as Chunzong was about to end this cultivation, a sudden change occurred. He felt that the purple cloud, true flame that had been entrenched in his sea of energy, suddenly broke free from Chunzong's control. It left his sea of energy in an instant and rushed towards his bones and muscles. Originally, Chunzong had only grasped the basics of the purple cloud true flame. Every time he mobilized the power of the purple cloud true flame, he only used a part of it and not all of it. But now, he was mobilizing the entire purple cloud true flame. No, it should be said that he was actively mobilizing it. The purple cloud true flame turned into a stream of flames and rushed into his bones and muscles. Chunzong could not help but tremble and groan. The sudden high temperature was much higher than the true flames body refining technique that had grasped the technique intent. It made Chunzong feel as if his bones and muscles were being burned to ashes. The pain of being burned was indescribable. It was more painful than being cut by a sword. The blood in his body was boiling in an instant. It was extremely hot. As the dragon power circulated, the flame-like purple cloud, true flame, also merged with the dragon power and swept through every part of his body. In an instant, Chunzong's robe and hair were all burned away. His entire body was covered with a layer of purple flames. The flames were strange and misty. Both his body and his body were filled with the purple cloud true flame. The purple cloud true flame merged with the dragon power and continued to combine. Roasting and calcining, Chunzong felt as if his body was a piece of steel that was being continuously tempered. Moreover, it was being tempered in a very aggressive way. This kind of tempering was effective, but the body had to endure great pain and torture. Round after round, the dragon power continued to circulate and combine with the purple cloud true flame better. After 10 rounds, the dragon power and the purple cloud true flame were indistinguishable. In other words, the current dragon power was no longer the dragon power from before. It was the powerful dragon power that carried the purple cloud true flame. Its power was many times stronger than before. As the dragon power and the purple cloud true flame completely merged into one, Chunzong's qi and blood surged. His organs were like thunder, and his bones, muscles, and skin were swollen. The dragon power surged like a purple fire dragon. His aura skyrocketed. Early level 3 dragon power realm. Chunzong's physique refinement realm had another breakthrough. It was a breakthrough of a large level. However, the breakthrough did not stop. Go, go, go. Strong, strong, strong. Mid-level 3 dragon power realm. Late level 3 dragon power realm. Chunzong's breakthrough only stopped when he reached the late level 3 dragon power realm. His powerful aura also stabilized. After stopping the circulation of the dragon power, Chunzong quickly took out a set of robes from his storage ring and quickly put them on. His outer robes were still green. However, his eyebrows and head were bald. It was a little funny. However, Chunzong felt a slight itch. His eyebrows and hair were like sprouts that broke through the soil. They quickly grew out and returned to their original length. As his cultivation broke through to the late level 3 dragon power realm, and his dragon power merged with the purple cloud true flame, it became the more powerful purple cloud true flame dragon power. The suppression of 10 times the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. In fact, it was not that the pressure was reduced. Instead, it was that he had become stronger and his endurance had increased. Chunzong was overjoyed to have made such a huge breakthrough in his first cultivation session. He took a step forward and walked out of the place where the pressure was 10 times heavier than normal. When he was outside, he felt his body become lighter, as if he could fly with the wind. Chunzong could sense that his body had become even stronger. His skin seemed to contain traces of light, and it had become even tougher. It could withstand even more powerful attacks. The dragon power in his body was many times stronger than before. Now, the purple cloud, true flame dragon power, is not inferior to my spiritual energy. Chunzong thought to himself. Although his body cultivation was at the late level 3 dragon power realm, and his chi cultivation was at the late level 4 chi realm, the dragon power merged with the purple cloud true flame was extremely powerful. It was not inferior to his spiritual energy at all. However, in terms of chi cultivation, he had the azure cloud sword will, which was at the mid-spiritual level, but in terms of body cultivation, he did not have a suitable martial art to use. This was a disadvantage. But no matter what, such a breakthrough in body refining cultivation was indeed a pleasant surprise. His life-saving ability had greatly increased. Moreover, the most important point was that the purple cloud, true flame, and dragon power had merged into one, which was equal to Chunzong, completely refining it. He could even separate it from dragon power and use it separately. In addition, even if the purple cloud true flame was consumed, it would not be like before. It could only be recovered slowly. Instead, it could be used to accelerate the recovery. This was another advantage. I hope I can find a body cultivation martial art. Only then can I fully utilize my body cultivation. Chunzong thought to himself, taking out a few ores from the storage ring and the original White River sword. Chunzong activated the purple cloud true flame and melted the ores and the broken White River sword into molten iron. He then used his powerful spiritual sense to combine them and finally formed a simple scabbard. The scabbard quickly cooled down and finally solidified. Chunzong took out the black light sword from the storage ring and inserted it into the scabbard. It fit perfectly. He then hung the long sword at his waist. Putting the black light sword back into the scabbard, the powerful energy fluctuations were restrained and quiet. It was difficult to feel. Carrying the rank 3 spiritual weapon, the black light sword, and the breakthrough in body cultivation and the improvement in martial arts, Chunzong's strength had increased significantly. But thinking back to the powerful purple nether evil ghost from last night, it was simply too tyrannical. Even though it had not used its full strength, it had still been able to shatter all of Chunzong's attacks. Even the rank 1 spiritual weapon glove had been shattered. Even his palm had been injured. Even though his strength had increased significantly, Chunzong did not have the slightest confidence that he could fight against the purple nether evil ghost. It was at least in the transcendent 7th layer. Using Blue Wave's world's cultivation system, the late transcendent 4th layer was equivalent to the 2nd layer of the Earth's spirit realm, while the early 7th layer was equivalent to the early 1st layer of the heavenly profound realm. With such a huge gap, it would be a miracle for him to survive. Suddenly, Chunzong's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a group of 4 people to his right. His pupils shrank. Chapter 1036. You're actually still alive. Hand over your earth flame. The four of them immediately changed directions and flew over at full speed like four gusts of wind. The fifth layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator was the fastest, and in a flash, he shot forward like a stream of light, appearing behind Chunzong in the blink of an eye, blocking his path of retreat while the other three Transcendent Realm Cultivators surrounded him from the left, front, and right, cutting off all paths of retreat. Unless Chunzong could fly or escape through the ground, it would be difficult for him to escape from the encirclement of these four masters. However, Chunzong had no intention of escaping, simply staring at the four masters indifferently, allowing them to close in and surround him, his expression calm and composed. After entering the mysterious space, he had comprehended a powerful sword skill and obtained the third-grade spirit artifact, the Profound Light Sword. Coupled with his breakthrough in body tempering, his overall strength had improved significantly. "Which domain are you from?" The transcendent fifth-layer master suddenly spoke, his voice cold and arrogant. Chunzong simply smiled, his right hand, which had healed from his breakthrough in body tempering, gripped the hilt of his sword and stared forward, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Last night, these people had tried to stop him from entering the shelter, indirectly trying to kill him, so the hatred between them had become a life and death grudge. With such a thought, killing intent flashed. Chunzong unsheathed the Profound Light Sword, and a cold light shot out from its scabbard, transforming into a beam of cyan light that tore through the sky. The moment the sword left its scabbard, the cyan light, carrying astonishing power, appeared in front of one of the transcendent fourth-layer masters. From the moment Chunzong drew his sword to the moment he attacked, only an instant had passed, completely exceeding everyone's expectations. After all, of the four of them, three were transcendent fourth-layer masters, and one was a transcendent fifth-layer master, and all of them were working together. Their combined strength was extremely strong, so the other party would have to be wary of them. As soon as the sword appeared, the world Yuan Qi in the air surged, transforming into cyan clouds. "Bold! You court death!" Everyone who reacted quickly became enraged and immediately attacked. Although the transcendent fifth-layer cultivator was also annoyed, he didn't make a move, as if he wanted to maintain his status. The green sword light was vast and mighty as it tore through the air. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, and the power it carried was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the power contained in a Grade 3 spirit artifact was equivalent to the strength of a standard Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivator. To a Transcendent Realm fourth-layer cultivator, this might not be much, but when this power was superimposed on their attacks, it would raise their attack power to a whole new level. When Chunzong made his move, he had the intention of killing one of them first. When the sword came out, he activated it with all of his spiritual energy. He even integrated the power of the green cloud and the power of the heart sword into the sword. That's right. In that mysterious subspace, Chunzong had comprehended a powerful sword move. At the same time, he had also managed to fuse the power of green cloud and the power of heart sword. He didn't need time to prepare like before. With just a thought, the two types of power could be merged together. Imperceptibly, Chunzong's attack power increased by a lot. Kill! The green sword light tore through the air, tearing apart the transcendent fourth-layer cultivator's attack and dodging the attacks of the other two. With a poochie sound, the transcendent fourth-layer cultivator was struck by the green light and was sent flying, a terrifying wound extending from his shoulder to his waist, almost splitting his body in two. The powerful sword Qi rushed into his body from the wound and wreaked havoc, instantly destroying his internal organs. A single sword strike had severely injured one of the transcendent fourth-layer cultivators. Although he wasn't dead, he was not far from death. Damn it! The transcendent fifth-layer cultivator didn't expect that his arrogance would cause one of his companions to nearly die. Enraged, his murderous intent erupted like a tidal wave as he unsheathed the sword at his waist and leapt forward. His body and sword merged as one, bringing with them a gust of wind as he charged forward. The sword transformed into a gust of wind, sharp and unparalleled, tearing apart the sky, seemingly unstoppable. Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine, his intuition telling him that he wouldn't be able to resist this sword strike. Even with his body tempering cultivation, he would still be injured. Wild wind, illusory cloud. A gust of wind swept out and clouds swirled around him, increasing Chunzong's speed as he thrust his sword forward, repelling the two transcendent fourth-layer cultivators while borrowing the momentum of their attacks to turn around and fly back like a swallow. The profound light sword was filled with tyrannical power, transforming into a green arc of light, its trajectory extremely mysterious. Kill! The two swords collided and a tyrannical force erupted, the sound waves rolling out like sharp blades, leaving behind countless sword marks on the ground. Chunzong could feel the power transmitted from his opponent's sword and knew it was extremely strong. The strength of a transcendent fifth-layer cultivator combined with the power of a Grade 2 spirit artifact, coupled with the amplification of his sword skills, was incomparably sharp, penetrating through the profound light sword and heading straight for his arm. Dragon force pulsed from his arm, causing his muscles and skin to tremble, instantly shattering the power of the attack. Feeling the power bursting out from Chunzong's sword, the transcendent fifth-layer cultivator's expression became solemn. One had to know that he had cultivated a high-tier spirit tier cultivation technique to the 11th level. His spiritual energy was extremely pure and powerful. His own sword art was also a high-tier spirit tier sword art, and he had even cultivated it to the transcendent realm. Despite such power, he was still unable to defeat his opponent. Even as this thought flashed through his mind, his sword didn't stop and continued forward. The sword transformed into a gale that assaulted Chen-Shi. The gale was clearly visible, and it seemed to be formed from numerous strands of peerlessly fierce sword chi that tore through and minced everything apart. At the same time, the other two transcendent fourth-layer cultivators slashed through the air, creating a storm of blades as they bombarded Chunzong from both sides. Chunzong was in the middle of these three terrifying attacks. Ignoring the attacks of the two transcendent fourth-layer cultivators, Chunzong stared at the transcendent fifth-layer cultivator in front of him, his purple flame dragon force instantly erupting from his body as he pushed his true flame body tempering art to its limit, causing purple flames to erupt from his body and scorching heat to spread out in all directions. The power of his four spirit wheels was pushed to their limits, their speed astonishing, like a millstone crushing everything in its path. The power of his blue cloud sword and the power of his heart sword also merged into one. Dragon Force was a body-tempering technique, while the profound light sword was a chi-refining spirit artifact. The two were incompatible. Only a body-tempering spirit artifact could accept the infusion of Dragon Force. However, Chunzong's Dragon Force was different from ordinary Dragon Force. It was fused with the Purple Cloud True Flame, allowing him to separate the Purple Cloud True Flame and pour it into the profound light sword. To a certain extent, the Purple Cloud True Flame was equivalent to a powerful transcendent secret force, but of course, the two were different in nature. Purple flames spread out, covering the entire profound light sword. As if it had ignited, the purple and blue flames intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. Chunzong's powerful spiritual sense was fully activated, and all the power was under his control. He infused all of it into the profound light sword, causing the sword to tremble slightly. The White River Sword was a common grade weapon. It could not withstand the infusion and compression of such power. Even if it was a first-grade spiritual artifact, it would be very difficult for it to withstand the infusion of such power. However, the Profound Light Sword was a third-grade spiritual artifact. It surpassed a first-grade spiritual artifact in all aspects. Therefore, under the infusion and compression of such powerful power, it only trembled slightly and did not show any signs of being unable to withstand it. 100% of spiritual force. Purple Cloud, True Flame. Heart Sword Force. Blue Cloud, True Flame. All kinds of power were infused into the sword, and the dragon force of the late-stage level 3 dragon force realm exploded as he swung the sword. Even though the dragon force could not be infused into the sword, using such a powerful force to swing the sword would still make it faster and stronger. The purple and blue flames were completely compressed on the sword, making it even more dazzling. An astonishing heat spread out around the sword, burning everything. First sword, Blue Cloud Severance. This was originally the strongest move Chunzong had mastered. Of course, it was the move he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace, but it required a bit of time to use and consumed all of his strength. Against a 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator, Chunzong believed that Blue Cloud Severance was enough. The power of this move in close combat was tyrannical to the extreme, unstoppable and unstoppable. The tyrannical sword Qi was directly torn apart. While the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator was still in shock, the purple and blue Profound Light Sword turned into a dazzling beam of light and shot towards the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator. Palpitations. Suppression. A crisis of life and death. Just as the sword was about to pierce the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator, the latter's eyes narrowed, and there seemed to be a gust of wind as wisps of blue and white light rapidly spread out from his body, circling around him like clouds and mist, yet also as agile as the wind. With a *chi* sound, Blue Cloud Severance pierced through the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator's body, but it was only an afterimage. The 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator's real body had already drifted away with the wind, bringing with it an indescribable illusion. Avoiding Chunzong's sword, the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator didn't hesitate, erupting with his full speed to escape. With a 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivation coupled with a Spirit-grade top-rank movement skill and the ethereal cloud-like wind swirling around his body, the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator's speed suddenly rose to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator was already several thousand meters away. So fast, Chunzong was secretly surprised. This kind of speed had already surpassed most 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivators and was comparable to 6th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivators. Chunzong knew that even if he erupted with his full speed, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. That kind of power! Chunzong's eyes narrowed. World force. Without a doubt, it was a kind of world force. Thinking about it, Chunzong immediately recalled what kind of world force it was. It was one of the world forces, the illusory cloud spirit wind, a type of world force that possessed the speed and agility of wind, as well as an ethereal cloud-like aura. The 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator had already fled far away, and Chunzong couldn't catch up, but the same could not be said for the other two. Seeing their companion abandon them and flee, the two Transcendent Realm 4th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivators understood very well that they weren't his opponent. Without hesitation, they immediately used their movement skills to the fullest extent and fled to the left and right. "Do you think you can escape?" Chunzong grinned, stomping his feet on the ground. Dragon force instantly poured into his legs, causing them to explode, creating a powerful force that propelled his body to the left. Spirit energy surged, the illusory cloud spirit wind howled. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several hundred meters and slashed out with his sword. Blue clouds rolled out, suppressing the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator. Like a hot knife through butter, Blue Sword Qi directly struck the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator's back, cutting him in half. Chapter 1037. On her region, Absolute Wind Temple. Chunzong muttered to himself as he stared at the corpse at his feet. Just now, when Chunzong caught up to the 3rd Transcendent Realm 4th-layer Cultivator and killed him with his sword, the latter had quickly begged for mercy and reported his identity in an attempt to intimidate Chunzong, but Chunzong had still mercilessly killed him. From the very beginning, Chunzong had no intention of letting the other party go, unless the other party had the ability to escape from him, like the Transcendent Realm 5th-layer Cultivator or if someone stronger intervened to save him. However, according to Chunzong's understanding, this Anha region was one of the top lower districts among the 36 lower districts. In terms of overall strength, there were only 2 lower districts that could compare to it. As for Absolute Wind Temple, it was one of the 3 6-star forces in Anha region. To put it simply, Floating Clouds territory's overall strength was only a third of Anha region's, or perhaps even lower. Having allowed the Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator to escape, Chunzong knew that what awaited him might not be a small problem, but Chunzong did not regret it, not even a little. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, Chunzong had always adhered to one principle. That was to kill all enemies. On the ruined ground, one could occasionally see some dilapidated buildings and broken walls scattered about. Chunzong also saw a guide sign erected on the ground, indicating the direction of ancient Lai War City. Seeing the sign above, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. He had deviated from the correct direction, but it wasn't too far off. With a slight adjustment, he was able to head in the right direction. As for whether it was fake or not, Chunzong didn't think too much about it. This guide sign looked very old, so it was undeniable that even if it was fake, it would have been deliberately made by someone from the Great Sect. In fact, it was impossible to judge whether it was real or fake, but Chunzong believed it was real. Putting himself in the Great Sect's shoes, he knew the Great Sect's people wouldn't be so bored as to deliberately make trouble. Time passed, and the sky slowly darkened. The wind that blew became even colder, and there seemed to be a whining sound in his ears. Night is coming again. Chunzong looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. When night fell, it meant that the evil spirits on the battlefield were about to awaken and wreak havoc. If he hadn't experienced last night, Chunzong might not have paid so much attention to it. But after last night, he felt his scalp tingle at the thought of the seemingly endless evil spirits on the battlefield. Moreover, Chunzong was very wary of the purple abyss evil ghost strength. Even though his strength had increased significantly compared to last night, he was still no match for the purple abyss evil ghost. The gap between them was too big. I just hope I can find a shelter tonight. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. If he couldn't find a shelter, it would be best to find subspace. However, in comparison, subspaces were harder to find. The sky was dusky, and the curtain of night was irreversible. The chilly wind whistled, carrying with it a mysterious substance that pervaded the world. When the sky darkened to a certain extent, strange blue flames emerged from the ground one after another. There were more and more of them, like fireflies flying up. If one were to look at it purely from an admiring point of view, they would discover that the dense blue flames above the ruins had a soul-stirring beauty. However, thinking about what was behind it would make one's hair stand on end. This was because every blue flame was a wisp of spirit fire, representing a battlefield evil ghost that was difficult to kill. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 ghost flames. There were thousands of them, and they were still popping out. Chunzong didn't pay attention to these spirit fires, because the only thing that could really kill and destroy spirit fires was the power of heaven and earth. As for other forces, Chunzong didn't know, and he didn't have them. After last night, Chunzong also knew very well that even if his purple cloud true flame could destroy the spirit fires, it would not be able to kill them all. He ignored them and hurried on at full speed. His eyes were sharp as he kept looking for shelter. As for subspaces, he couldn't see them at all. Whether he could enter them or not depended on luck. The chilly wind became even stronger, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Pieces of bones flew up from the ground one after another, revolving around the balls of ghost fire as the center, and quickly gathered together. Chunzong didn't pay attention to them, as he didn't want to waste his power. Suddenly, there was a flash of purple light, which made Chunzong's heart tremble and his hair stand on end. Looking closely, it was a wisp of strange purple flame that drilled out from the ground. A strong force swept out with the purple flame as the center, covering a radius of 100 meters. There were no other spirit fires within that radius. Chunzong was shocked by what he saw. Pieces of bones flew up from the ground within a radius of 100 meters, densely packed, and flew toward the purple spirit fire at high speed. Shenzong's scalp tingled. What did this mean? It meant that a purple cloud evil spirit was about to appear. With the purple cloud evil spirit's strength and speed, it would be difficult for him to escape. In an instant, Shenzong's eyes shone with a trace of fierceness and decisiveness. He took the lead and made a prompt decision. Shenzong's legs were slightly bent, and the purple flame dragon power surged. Wave after wave, it crashed into his legs. Visible to the naked eye, purple flames appeared on Shenzong's legs, burning fiercely. The shockingly high temperature spread out, igniting the surrounding air. It also made the ground even drier and cracked inch by inch. The purple flames on his legs kept rushing down from the top. With an earth-shattering boom, the ground, which was already covered in cracks, was instantly blasted apart by an extremely tyrannical force. Soil flew everywhere, leaving behind a hole that was a few meters wide. A figure rushed out at supersonic speed. In an instant, Shenzong used the purple flame dragon power to propel his body, and the tyrannical explosive force pushed his speed to the extreme in an instant. Comparing chi refining and physique refining, it was obvious that physique refining had the advantage in an instant. With a burst of physique refining and spirit energy, Shenzong's speed broke through the limit and increased again. In an instant, Shenzong crossed several thousand meters. Unsheathing the profound light sword, an azure divine light tore through the sky like a meteor streaking across the night sky, and as powerful as lightning. Vigorous world yuan qi surged from all directions, condensing into azure clouds in the sky, like a surging tide, rolling forward with an earth-shattering momentum. Shenzong's sword condensed all of his strength, tyrannical to the extreme, and the blade was incomparably brilliant. Azure Cloud Severance. Just in case, Shenzong erupted with his full strength and used his ultimate move. With this sword, even if it was a transcendent realm fifth-layer cultivator from the sect, Shenzong was confident he could kill him. The green sword light, which was like a divine gold, was vast and mighty. It was like a heavenly sword piercing through the air. The flying bones were shattered into bone powder inch by inch, scattering in all directions. Vigorous, sharp, and irresistible, this sword was unstoppable. Kill. Carrying the power of purple cloud true flame, the azure cloud severance instantly smashed the bones and hit the purple flame. The purple flame shrank and expanded in an instant, emitting a tyrannical power, resisting Shenzong's sword, making Shenzong feel an extremely strong resistance. Kill. With a loud shout, Shenzong once again urged his strength, erupting it for the second time. Since he had already attacked, he had to destroy it no matter what. With the third eruption, Shenzong felt as if his meridians were being torn apart, sending out bursts of sharp pain. Thrusting his sword forward, he broke through the layers of obstacles and hit the purple flame. The power of the purple cloud true flames burst out and burned the purple spirit flames. Shenzong vaguely heard an incomparably mournful and angry cry, shaking his knowledge sea. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed quickly, and the purple flame was still stubbornly resisting the burning of purple cloud true flame, which made Shenzong extremely shocked. One had to know that the blue flame would be burned up in less than 1 breath, and the red flame would not be able to hold on for more than 10 breaths. But the purple flame had already held on for more than 30 breaths, and it was still not burned up. Kacha! 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 One after another, the dark blue evil ghosts rushed over from all directions, wanting to kill Shenzong. Shenzong kept an eye on the purple ghost fire as he swung his sword. The black light sword was covered with a layer of purple cloud true flame. The sword chi was like the wind as it raged. Immediately, swathes of dark blue evil ghosts were killed one after another, as if they were harvesting straw. The 3 consecutive eruptions of power did cause some damage to his meridians, but with his strong physique, Shenzong could completely withstand it. As long as he did not erupt for the fourth time, he would slowly recover. After killing over 1,000 dark blue evil ghosts, 60 breaths of time had passed before the purple spirit fire was finally incinerated, leaving behind an irregular purple crystal the size of a lotus seed. The moment the purple crystal appeared, all the blue evil ghosts within a radius of 10,000 meters went berserk, and the blue flame in their eye sockets jumped wildly, as if it was about to burst out of their heads. Chunzong moved even faster, quickly grabbing the purple crystal, and without looking at it carefully, he immediately put it into his storage ring. As soon as the purple crystal disappeared, the blue evil ghosts were no longer as violent. Taking a deep breath, he instinctively felt that the scarlet and purple crystals should be very amazing things, but he lacked enough knowledge and time to study them. Go! Making a prompt decision, Chunzong used his movement skill, and at the same time, took out a pill to nourish his meridians and restore his strength. This time, Chunzong's luck was really good. After rushing for a few thousand meters, he saw a white halo flashing in the distance. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly rushed over. It was a shelter. It was not big, about 10 meters in radius, and there was no one inside. If there was no one around, it meant that he would not be intercepted like last night, causing him to be surrounded by evil spirits and run for his life. If it were not for his good luck, he might have been killed by the purple underworld evil spirits. At the same time, Chunzong also found that in another direction, there was a shadow that was extremely fast, like a thunder knife, tearing through the encirclement of the blue evil ghosts and approaching the shelter. At the same time, Chunzong and the thunder knife-like shadow rushed into the shelter. The high-speed figure stopped in an instant, and the visual impact was extremely shocking. Chunzong stared at the other person, and the other person stared at Chunzong. It was a young man wearing a purple robe. His angular face looked indescribably resolute, and his eyes were extremely bright, like the edge of a knife. Fierce Martial Region, Great Sky Thunder Sect, Wu Linkong. The other person's sharp eyes stared at Chunzong, like a blade that wanted to tear Chunzong apart. His voice contained indescribable courage and coldness. Chapter 1038. Today is my brother-in-law's engagement, so I have no choice but to return home. There are too many trivial matters in the Sixth Tao. Sigh. Some people could not become true friends even after knowing each other for dozens of years. Some people could appreciate each other after seeing each other once. Some people could feel that the other person was not ordinary at first glance. It was very strange. When Wu Linkong saw Chunzong, the arrogant him took the initiative to say his name and origin. Those who knew Wu Linkong would be surprised. They would know that this was a signal to get to know someone. Chunzong did not know Wu Linkong because it was the first time they met. However, Chunzong could feel the other party's goodwill. Therefore, Chunzong also said his identity and name. If someone treats me with sincerity, I will return the favor. If someone treats me with evil, I will return the favor with my sword. Chunzong was surprised by the other party's origin. The Fierce Martial Region was one of the 3 top regions among the 36 lower regions. It was just like the Honor Region. The Great Heavenly Thunder Sect was one of the 3 top 6-star forces in the Fierce Martial Region. Moreover, it was the top 6-star force. It was stronger than the Eternal Wind Palace in the Honor Region. It was many times stronger than the Floating Cloud Palace. Wu Linkong's eyes flashed with doubt. He had never heard of the Blue Cloud Sect. He only knew that the Floating Cloud Region had a 6-star force, the Floating Cloud Palace. The Blue Cloud Sect is only a 4-star force. Chunzong saw the doubt in the other party's eyes and said with a smile. Wu Linkong's pupils shrank. He was extremely shocked. 4-star force. Wu Linkong was very clear about the strength of those forces. There were many 4-star forces in the Fierce Martial Region. However, the geniuses from the Fierce Martial Region who entered the fierce ancient battlefield were all from 5-star forces. None of them were from 4-star forces. According to his understanding, none of the geniuses from the top 3 lower regions were from 4-star forces. Could it be? Wu Lingkong suddenly thought that the floating cloud region was ranked in the middle among the 36 lower regions. Could it be that the floating cloud region could not find more geniuses and could only let the geniuses from 4-star forces to make up the numbers? He did not rule out this possibility. However, Wu Lingkong dismissed this thought in an instant. The moment he saw Chunzong, he felt that the other party was not simple. His intuition had always been accurate. Until now, he had never made a mistake. They came from different factions and domains, and this was the first time they had met, so they didn't know much about each other. Even though they both felt that the other party wasn't simple and wanted to befriend each other, they didn't casually talk about their own situation, nor did they casually ask about the other party's situation. It was a taboo to talk too much with a shallow friend. After introducing themselves, the two of them chatted for a while before the topic shifted to the ancient battlefield. There are more than 50 geniuses from the Lai Wu region that entered the ancient battlefield. Wu Lingkong said, "The Anhe region and the Lingfeng region are about the same." Chunzong was shocked when he heard this. The Floating Clouds region only had 11 people. It was truly worthy of being one of the top 3 regions among the 36 lower regions. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, it was hard to compare. "Brother Wu, I'm from the Blue Cloud sect in the Floating Clouds region." "Yes." Wu Lingkong's tone was very certain. Upper regions' high sects are not only attractive to our lower regions, but also to the middle region. Floating Cloud King had said that the middle region's 5- and 6-star forces disciples would also enter the battlefield. As for the 7-star forces, it was hard to say. Originally, this was a competition between the 36 lower regions. After the 12 middle regions joined, it would become even more intense and shocking. However, Floating Cloud King's words were filled with speculation, but Wu Lingkong's tone was very certain. For no reason, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. He felt a burst of excitement. The two chatted for a while, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. While meditating, the two did not forget to pay attention to their surroundings to prevent other people from entering and attacking them. As for the evil spirits, they did not need to worry because the shelter would isolate them. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the fierce ancient battlefield was much thinner than in the outside world. It was not a suitable place for cultivation. Therefore, Chunzong did not cultivate the clear sky technique. Instead, he spent his time and energy comprehending it. Chunzong felt that the nameless sword move he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace was not thorough enough. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed. Each of the 9,999 sword scars looked simple and straightforward at first, but as he comprehended deeper, he felt more and more extraordinary. Chunzong was looking forward to the feeling of peeling off layers of veils and gradually seeing the true face. In his mind, countless sword lights flashed, as if 10,000 swords were shooting out at the same time. After comprehending, Chunzong felt that he had a deeper understanding of the sword move, but it was not easy to test it out. After a short rest, he looked outside the shelter. The blue evil spirits were running around, and occasionally he could see the scarlet evil spirits. Suddenly, a purple light came from afar, making Chunzong's pupils shrink. A purple underworld evil spirit. It was a purple underworld evil spirit, and it was not the one he encountered last night, because its appearance was completely different. At this time, the purple underworld evil spirit outside the shelter was a giant skeletal beast. Its thick and long tail swung about, creating countless cracks in the ground within a dozen meters. This purple underworld evil spirit is probably at the transcendent 8th layer. Wu Lingkong opened his eyes and stared at the purple hell evil ghost that was slowly walking outside the shelter. He spoke in a low voice. A strong presence emanated from his body, and it made Chunzong feel shocked. Transcendent 6th layer. This Wu Lingkong's cultivation had actually reached the transcendent 6th layer, but whether it was the early or middle 6th layer was a bit vague, making it difficult for Chunzong to determine. However, Wu Lingkong's age seemed to be about the same as Gao Bojun and Li Jini. When he first saw Wu Lingkong, Chunzong felt that he was not simple, but at that time, Wu Lingkong's aura was restrained, so he probably cultivated some kind of secret art to conceal it, making it difficult for him to detect. If you can kill it, you can obtain a soul crystal, Wu Lingkong said again, his voice not loud, but Shenzong heard it clearly, causing his brow to twitch. Brother Wu, what is a soul crystal? Shenzong asked. As the name suggests, it is the crystallization of soul strength, Wu Lingkong smiled. Wu Lingkong faintly smiled. He knew that Shenzong's background wasn't high, so he naturally didn't know much about many things. Soul crystals are extremely rare. In this fierce, ancient battlefield, you can only obtain them by killing the Scarlet Evil Ghost and the Purple Nether Evil Ghost. Soul crystals are extremely valuable, but they cannot be directly absorbed, requiring special methods. It is said that such methods are only available in the high sects. Wu Lingkong said, soul crystals can strengthen a person's soul, and a strong soul will also enhance one's perception and spiritual sense. Shenzong was even more surprised. It seemed that the two Scarlet Evil Spirits and Purple Underworld Evil Spirits in his storage ring were the so-called soul crystals. Considering all this, Shenzong's heartbeat accelerated slightly, but he soon calmed down. Indeed, even if he had a few soul crystals on him, he would not be able to absorb them, but he would find a way after entering the high sects. Outside the shelter, the powerful Purple Underworld Evil Spirit wandering around suddenly turned its head, its huge black eye sockets seemingly penetrating the shelter and staring at Shenzong and Wu Lingkong, causing the two of them to feel a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were being watched. The Purple Underworld Evil Spirit's flames flickered, causing the pressure it exerted to become even more obvious. Soon, the Purple Underworld Evil Spirit's eyes moved away. It actually did not notice the two people inside the shelter and was completely isolated. Even though Wu Lingkong's cultivation had reached the Transcendent Realm's 6th stage and his strength was tyrannical, he did not have the slightest confidence in dealing with a Transcendent Realm 8th stage Purple Underworld Evil Spirit. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shenzong began to meditate again. This time, he was comprehending the Heartsword Sutra. After nearly a year of cultivation in Floating Cloud Palace, Shenzong had not given up on comprehending the Heartsword Sutra. But the more he comprehended, the more he felt the mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra. The more he comprehended it, the more he realized how shallow his understanding of the Sword Tao was. Comprehension was often a quantitative change that led to qualitative change. Although Shenzong's comprehension in recent years had not brought him any significant changes, it had continued to accumulate. Now, Shenzong felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Combining the sword marks he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace and using them to comprehend the Heartsword Sutra, a brilliant light emerged. As time passed, Shenzong's understanding of the fourth transformation deepened, and he began to evolve it based on the foundation of the fourth transformation. Fifth transformation. As soon as the fifth transformation was formed, Shenzong immediately began to cultivate. The first three transformations cultivated the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit. In the Blue Waves world, he had fused it into nothingness sword force, but in this world, perhaps because of various differences, there were differences. Then, using the mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra, he deduced the fourth transformation. After cultivating it, he had cultivated the Heartsword Force, this transcendent secret power. Now, with the fifth transformation, Shenzong was looking forward to its effect. Along with the fifth transformation, the Heartsword Force that had fused into the four spiritual wheels unexpectedly peeled off and revolved around Shenzong in a mysterious trajectory. Every time it revolved, Shenzong felt as if his essence, energy, and spirit had experienced a turbulence. This feeling was very wonderful, and the Heartsword Force was also slowly strengthening. After the Heartsword Force had doubled, Shenzong discovered that no matter how he cultivated the fifth transformation, the Heartsword Force did not have the slightest effect. Therefore, he stopped cultivating. The Heartsword Force that had doubled poured into the four spiritual wheels and fused into one again. After stopping cultivating, Shenzong began to ponder. As his cultivation increased, The heart sword force would also increase, but the extent of the increase could not be considered big. But now, the heart sword force had directly doubled, and its power had obviously increased by a lot. My overall strength should have increased by about 30%, Chunzong said inwardly. The heart sword force was only a part of his overall strength, but to be able to increase it by 30% was already very good. Could it be that after comprehending the transcendent secret power, it is not static? It can continue to be improved, just like the essence of spiritual power when cultivating a cultivation method? Chapter 1039. When the night gradually passed and the day arrived, the chilly wind that was blowing gradually quieted down. The evil spirits all over the field paused for a moment before their bones, as if they were being eroded by time, lost their luster and became gray and withered, falling apart and scattering to the ground. The spectral spirit flames also descended and sank back into the ground, like strange spirits returning to their nest. In Chun Zong's eyes, this scene had an indescribable magnificence. Brother Chun, see you in ancient war city. Wu Ling Kong smiled at Chun Zong, turned around, and with a crackling sound, thunder filled the air, and a shocking blade light tore through the sky as he quickly flew away. See you in ancient war city. Chun Zong said to Wu Ling Kong's rapidly disappearing back. Taking a deep breath, Chun Zong used his wild wind fantasy cloud leg, causing the wind to swirl around his body and clouds to fill the air. His figure became light, and with a single leap he crossed several hundred meters. When there was no battle, there was no need to use his full strength. Ancient War City was obviously not as dangerous during the day as it was during the night. The wind blew the sand, and desolation filled the field. Vaguely, Chun Zong saw the outline of a collapsed city in front of him, one that had long since been abandoned. A figure with a bit of panic quickly ran out of the ruined city, surrounded by rolling clouds, causing Chun Zong's pupils to narrow as he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. After the figure that was fleeing in panic, another figure chased after him with lightning-fast speed. Fan Feiyu. As the distance closed, Chun Zong saw the figure through the clouds. It was Fan Feiyu, a disciple of Floating Cloud Palace, who was being chased. With a thought, Chun Zong immediately rushed towards Fan Feiyu at an even faster speed. In any case, Fan Feiyu came from Floating Cloud Territory's Floating Cloud Palace, and the Floating Cloud King had shown him kindness. Seeing Chun Zong rushing towards him, Fan Feiyu was overjoyed at first, but then he thought of something and his expression changed greatly, quickly waving to Chun Zong, Go quickly." His voice was urgent. As the distance closed, Chun Zong could see that Fan Feiyu's face was pale, obviously injured, and it was not light. The pursuer continued to approach, his cold face and murderous intent condensing in his eyes, passing by Fan Feiyu's figure and falling on Chun Zong's face like a knife, causing Chun Zong's heart to tremble slightly. Chun Zong's figure did not stop, and soon he passed by Fan Feiyu. Fan Feiyu's pale face was filled with anxiety, but when she saw Chun Zong rushing towards the pursuer, she gritted her teeth and did not take the opportunity to escape. Instead, she stopped and quickly turned around and rushed towards Chun Zong. The sword light flashed and streaked across the sky. It was so dazzling that Fan Feiyu squinted his eyes. At the same time, the pursuer also pulled out his long saber, the saber light shocking the world, piercing through the sky. In an instant, the saber and the sword collided, and the two figures charged at each other with an astonishing aura. The terrifying saber light and sword chi raged, cutting in all directions like a domain of saber and sword. Fan Feiyu stopped again, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face full of surprise. She was well aware of the strength of the person chasing after her. Even if she gave it her all, she would not be able to last more than 10 moves. But now, Chun Zong had exchanged countless moves with him, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. A burst of joy and hope emerged from the depths of her heart. The green sword light was as dazzling as if it was made of divine gold. It tore through the sky and shattered the opponent's saber light, sweeping past. Green cloud slashing. This move was considered the ultimate move of the green cloud sword technique. It was very powerful, but it was not easy to perform as it needed to be compressed into the sword. However, as Qinzong continued to comprehend and improve on the way of the sword, it became easier to perform this move. The sword light dissipated, leaving only a green sword mark that spread across the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. The black light sword returned to its sheath. The pursuer stared at Qinzong in a daze, his eyes wide with some disbelief. It seemed that he did not expect to be killed. However, his heart that had been pierced and minced let him know that he was really going to die. He had almost lost all his strength and no longer had any strength to fight back. Qinzong took the pursuer's long saber, which was a first-grade spiritual weapon, and the storage ring, which were both spoils of war. "You killed him?" Fan Feiyu approached and stared at the corpse on the ground. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. In Fan Feiyu's view, the pursuer's strength was not much weaker than Lai Jingyu's, but he was killed by Qinzong, and Qinzong was unscathed. It seemed that he did not even use much strength. This indirectly showed that Qinzong's strength was now clearly superior to Lai Jingyu's. "Weren't you traveling with Lai Jingyu and the others?" Qinzong looked at Fan Feiyu. This beautiful disciple of the floating cloud palace was pale, and her hair was slightly disheveled. She was a little embarrassed. As if sensing Qinzong's gaze, Fan Feiyu's pale face flushed. She subconsciously tidied her messy hair and quickly replied, "I was traveling with senior brother Lai, junior brother Zhua, and the others. After 2 nights, we lost 2 senior brothers." Fan Feiyu explained the situation in brief words. On the first night, they encountered the battlefield evil ghost and lost 1 person. On the second night, they were lucky enough to find a shelter. They were not injured or killed. However, they encountered the geniuses of other domains in the ruined city ahead. There was no special reason. It was a simple law of the jungle, and an inevitable battle broke out. During the battle, another person was killed. The remaining 4 people followed the previous agreement. Whoever had a chance to escape would escape, and the others would cover for them. Fan Feiyu found a chance to escape, and Lai Jingyu and Zhua Tianyun covered for her. However, one of the opponents also chased after her. She was lucky enough to meet Qinzong and was saved by Qinzong. "Let's go." Making a prompt decision, Qinzong immediately used his movement skill and went to the ruined city. Fan Feiyu was shocked. She did not expect that Qinzong would choose to save her. Slightly stunned, she also used her movement skill and quickly followed. Qinzong's speed was as fast as lightning. He left Fan Feiyu behind him and disappeared into the distance. Stepping into the ruined city, Qinzong felt several auras fluctuating. The auras were blazing and constantly colliding. Obviously, there was a battle. The sword light was swift and fierce, like clouds surging in the sky. The sword chi broke through the sky and forced 1 person to retreat, relieving the pressure on Lai Jingyu. Lai Jingyu was fighting against 2 strong enemies alone. The other disciple of Floating Cloud's palace was lying on the ground. He was not dead, but he was seriously injured and had no strength to fight for a while. As for the other disciple, he was dead, and even his body began to feel cold. Lai Jingyu and the others had a total of 4 enemies. 2 of them were besieging Lai Jingyu. One was fighting fiercely with Zhua Tianyun, and the other was holding a sword in his arms. He tilted his head slightly and looked at them with interest. Although he did not make a move, his faintly discernible chi had locked on his Zhua Tianyun and Lai Jingyu. It seemed that he would immediately attack and kill them as soon as he had a chance. Lai Jingyu was fighting against 2 enemies alone, but Zhua Tianyun's left arm was bleeding. He was already injured, and his strength was also affected. Although he could resist the opponent's attacks, he was gradually at a disadvantage. It seemed that his defeat was only a matter of time. The eyes of the person holding the sword moved from Zhua Tianyun to Lai Jingyu because Lai Jingyu was stronger. Suddenly, his eyes shone with an incomparably sharp, cold light. The sword in his arms suddenly flew up. His right hand grabbed the air and pulled the sword out. The sword light was sharp and pierced the sky. It was as fast as the wind and as violent as lightning, destroying everything. Lai Jingyu, who was resisting the attacks of the two, changed his expression greatly. He hurriedly used his body movement to retreat, but this sword had been planned for a long time and was difficult to completely avoid. Lai Jingyu's shoulder was directly pierced. He made a prompt decision and shook his body. His figure accelerated and retreated, letting the long sword out to prevent his shoulder from being torn apart. With a boom, his chest was hit by a palm. His robe was torn, and his protective spiritual power was also shattered. Like a roar, his whole body flew backward and spat out blood. There was a patch of black where the palm hit his chest was, as if it had been burned by a raging fire. Even the blood that was spurting out emitted an astonishingly high temperature. "Kill him." The person standing on the side sheathed his sword and said in a cold voice. After being hit by his sword in a palm, the injury was not light. His strength was greatly reduced, and there was only a dead end. There was no need for him to make a move. The two people attacked again and again. Lai Jingyu forcibly gathered his strength, regardless of the injuries on his body. However, his injuries were not light, and his strength was indeed weakened. He was beaten back again and again. His body was hit by another palm, and he flew backward again. His face was pale. "Die!" One of them leaped into the air with an aggressive aura like a goshawk swooping down from the sky. Both of his hands stretched out like the claws of an eagle and the paws of a tiger. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sharp cry of an eagle and the vigorous roar of a tiger. The chi of heaven and earth surged and rushed forward. It was as if a vague eagle and tiger shadow were intertwined. After being hit by a sword in two palms, his body was burning and his spiritual power was in chaos. Lai Jingyu gathered all his strength, but it was difficult for him to gather and mobilize the chaotic spiritual power in an instant. "Am I going to die here?" Lai Jingyu's heart was filled with unwillingness. As the most outstanding disciple of the floating cloud palace, he had a firm martial heart and the will to pursue the Tao. He was extremely eager to reach the peak. The most direct way to enter the upper district through the ancient battlefield was to enter the upper district. Although the floating cloud king had made it very clear that the ancient battlefield was full of dangers and a little carelessness could lead to death, Lai Jingyu had long been mentally prepared. However, he really did not want to die. At least, he did not want to die like this. However, the arrival of death was often so sudden and irresistible. Senior brother Lai, Zhou Tianyin, was distracted and was immediately hit by the opponent's blade. His skin and flesh were split open and blood flowed out. Suddenly, the chi of heaven and earth surged and turned into green clouds that filled the sky. It was as if a gust of wind had blown through the air. The shocking pressure immediately surprised everyone. Then, an extremely sharp green sword light tore through the sky and cut a gully in the hard ground. It broke through the air at a speed faster than the speed of sound. This sword was aimed at the person in the air in front of Lai Jingyu. If he insisted on killing Lai Jingyu, he would be hit by this sword and both sides would be injured. The person hesitated slightly, and Lai Jingyu seized the opportunity. Under the strong will to survive, a force burst out from the depths of his body and quickly retreated. Chapter 1040. The shadow of the leg was like a mountain, heavy and vigorous. Its power was unparalleled, making Chun Zong feel suffocated. The sword light was shattered, and the majestic power of the mountain followed the continuous kicks. The earth cracked, and the yuan chi of heaven and earth roared like a mountain python, crazily roaring. It felt like he was fighting against the pressure of the mountain with his own strength. Fan Feiyu, who was running from afar, felt this aura. His face changed greatly, and he almost suffocated. Chunzong's face was a little serious. He looked at the mountain-like shadow of the leg. The hard ground cracked inch by inch under the terrible pressure, and gullies were cut open. It was like an earth dragon turning over, spreading towards him with amazing power. He waved his sword. The sword light was green, like a waning moon. The chi of heaven and earth roiled, turning into green clouds in the sky. It rushed out at an amazing speed, as if it could destroy everything. Green Cloud City destroying Green Cloud sword technique. The roar was incessant and earth-shaking. The two kinds of chi of heaven and earth clashed, as if two armies were fighting and tearing each other apart. A terrible pressure broke out, rushing in all directions, and a shocking roar was earth-shattering. Immediately, the shadow of the leg and the sword light collided, as if two generals were tearing each other apart. On the other side, Zhuo Tianyin used all his strength to fight back, but it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Li Jingyu was seriously injured, but because of Chun Zong's arrival and help, he had some time to recover. His power calmed down, and he gathered it again, barely managing to fight back. As for the man with the sword in his arms, he did not attack, but stared at Chun Zong. In his view, this man who suddenly came to attack was a certain threat. The other two were already injured, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated, so there was nothing to worry about. Chun Zong stepped out, and his legs rolled up a gust of wind, and he attacked in the air. The scattered chi of heaven and earth in the sky condensed again. The green clouds rolled, but they did not rush forward. Instead, they rotated rapidly around a point, and a funnel dropped down from the center. The power on the black light sword condensed, and the green color was as dazzling as divine gold. The long sword broke through the air. Not good. The eyes of the man holding the sword suddenly froze, and his expression changed. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air and pounced on Chun Zong. He raised his long sword, and the sword light flashed like a white crane's sharp beak. It pierced through the void and charged toward Chun Zong. Chun Zong pointed with his left hand, and a beam of cyan sword chi shot through the air. It was none other than the sword chi of green cloud shattering. Chun Zong's green cloud sky shattering sword chi was not weak at all. It pierced through the air and clashed with Chun Zong's sword. Chun Zong held the sword in his right hand and used the green cloud destruction to tear apart Chun Zong's mountain-like leg shadow. Their figures crossed each other, and a wisp of blood splattered out. It was shattered in an instant, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated with the wind. As soon as Chun Zong landed on the ground, he stomped his feet on the ground. The earth trembled and cracked inch by inch. The tyrannical force propelled Chun Zong forward at lightning speed. His sword pierced through the air and attacked Zhuo Tianyin's opponent. This sword was extremely fast, and Zhuo Tianyin's opponent was caught off guard as he was fighting fiercely. Zhuo Tianyin immediately seized the opportunity when he turned around to block Chun Zong's sword. He raised his long sword and slashed down fiercely. Clouds surged and lightning arcs leaped. The power was amazing. Instantly, he was attacked from two sides. His expression changed greatly, and he was horrified. However, this was a fatal situation, and there was no way out. As for the man who had been watching from the side, he wanted to attack Chun Zong with his sword, but he was entangled by the green cloud sky, shattering sword chi for a moment. It was too late. Kill. The second person died. Zhuo Tianyin felt that he was almost exhausted and weak. Chun Zong held his sword and attacked Li Jingyu's opponent. The cyan sword light was as dazzling as divine gold, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. The man forced Li Jingyu back with one palm and quickly turned around. His palms turned red and the temperature was amazing. He continuously attacked Chun Zong. The chi of heaven and earth was rolling, containing amazing heat, as if it was going to evaporate and burn everything into ashes. Unfortunately, such high temperature was no threat to Chun Zong at all. Chun Zong's body had long been tempered by the purple cloud true flame and was not afraid of high temperature. In other words, as long as the temperature did not exceed the purple cloud true flame, it was difficult to pose any threat to Chun Zong. Ignoring the opponent's high temperature, the opponent's palm technique was weakened by a lot. The remaining power was nothing to worry about. A ray of green cloud sky, shattering sword chi shot out and tore the sky apart. The third person died. In the end, there was only one person left. You should die 100 times for killing my junior brother of the beast martial sect. That person was enraged to the extreme. His long hair suddenly fluttered in the wind, and an astonishing aura surrounded his body, instantly expanding. That aura turned white, like a dragon coiling around, quickly spreading to the body of the sword, causing the sword chi to increase exponentially. The long sword slashed out, and the yuan chi of heaven and earth seemed to condense into a white crane in the air. The sword light was incomparably sharp. This sword had already used a secret technique and exploded with full power. The beast martial sect. Shenzong's heart moved slightly. The eastern martial domain was east of the floating cloud region. There was a 6-star force called the beast martial sect. In terms of overall strength, the eastern martial domain was in the middle of the 36 lower regions, surpassing the floating cloud region. The beast martial sect's overall strength also surpassed the floating cloud palace. However, it did not matter to Qinzong. He had even killed the wind palace disciple of the Anhe region, let alone a disciple of the beast martial sect. Moreover, he was an enemy. He should kill him, no matter what force he came from. Another azure cloud sky shattering sword chi tore through the air. To Qinzong, as his strength increased, the might of the azure cloud sky shattering sword chi was already inferior to the azure cloud extinction that was executed at full strength. Naturally, it was not a trump card anymore. 100% spiritual power. Green cloud force. Heart sword force. Pushing all of his strength, heaven and earth yuan chi poured into the profound light sword, causing it to tremble and emit a melodious sword cry. As the green cloud sky shattering sword chi shattered under his opponent's sword, Qinzong's sword also tore through the sky. Green cloud extinction. After using green cloud extinction many times, Qinzong's understanding of it had deepened and its power had also increased. Heaven and earth yuan chi clashed and the two swords collided. An extremely tyrannical force surged out in all directions. Sword chi shot out, cutting through the surrounding area, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Then, an invisible force lifted the ground a few inches and turned it into dust. The opponent's cultivation was higher than Qinzong's, at the early stage of the transcendent realm 5th layer, and his spiritual power was also stronger than Qinzong's. Unfortunately, Qinzong had only mastered one kind of transcendent secret technique, while his opponent had used a secret technique similar to the green cloud sword body. It was a second-grade secret technique, which greatly increased his strength. The sword chi collapsed, and the two swords collided, one blue and one white. Their long hair fluttered behind their heads, and their robes seemed to be blown by a strong wind. Their eyes were extremely sharp. With a bang, the purple flame dragon force rushed out and quickly spread out, covering the black light sword and burning everything in its path. The sword's power increased explosively, and it shattered the opponent's sword and continued forward. Kill! In front of the opponent's horrified eyes, the black light sword directly cut off his head. The cut was char black, and even the blood vessels were burnt. Not a single drop of blood spurted out. From the moment Qinzong appeared to save Lai Jingyu to the moment he killed 4 people, the whole process was very short. In just 12 breaths of time, the battle was over. Zhou Tianyun and Lai Jingyu were both heavily injured. Coupled with the impact of the battle, they were in a daze. Fan Feiyu, who had rushed over, covered her mouth with her hand as her eyes widened in shock. Qinzong moved quickly and collected all the spoils. There were a total of 4 storage rings, all of which were second-grade storage rings, 3 first-grade spirit artifacts, and 1 second-grade spirit artifact. After all, Lai Jingyu and Zhou Tianyun were not ordinary people. When they reacted, they stared at Qinzong in horror. Especially Lai Jingyu. He felt even more incredulous. He felt that his strength was not inferior to Qinzong's. The outcome of this battle was unpredictable, but he did not expect the gap to be so big. Could it be that his previous feeling was wrong? In fact, it was not. Before entering the fiery ancient battlefield, Lai Jingyu's strength was indeed similar to Chunzong's. But after entering the fiery ancient battlefield, Chunzong first entered the mysterious subspace and comprehended a sword move. He also merged the Blue Cloud Force and the Heart Sword Force, and his strength improved significantly. Then, he had a great breakthrough in his body refining cultivation, and his strength in close combat was even more terrifying. It could be said that in close combat, Chunzong's strength had increased by several times. Lai Jingyu and Zhuotian Yin finally woke up and took out medicinal pills to heal their internal and external injuries. At the same time, they recovered their consumed strength. Fan Fiyu also took out medicinal pills for herself and the seriously injured floating Cloud Palace disciples on the ground. Chunzong stood off to the side, and as he inspected the 5 storage rings, he also stood guard for them. The 5 storage rings were all second-grade storage rings, and there were a lot of things in them. There were quite a few low-grade primordial stones, and there were also medicinal pills. The medicinal pills were healing medicinal pills and spiritual power recovery medicinal pills. In the storage ring of the most powerful disciple of the Beast sect, Chunzong also found a scarlet soul crystal, which was an unexpected surprise. Then, Chunzong found a piece of inheritance spiritual jade, but he did not know what was in it. With a move of his spiritual sense, he touched the inheritance spiritual jade and entered it. Suddenly, a burst of information emerged, including words and pictures. In just 10 breaths, Chunzong finished receiving the information in the inheritance spiritual jade. It was a martial art, a movement martial art. Sky Crane Chasing Wind, a middle-grade spiritual level movement martial art. The inheritance spiritual jade was intact, indicating that this movement martial art could be inherited many times. The Phantom Wind and Cloud Leg was a low-grade spiritual level leg technique, which had the effect of a movement martial art. The Sky Crane Chasing Wind was a middle-grade spiritual level martial art, which was a pure movement martial art. In terms of movement, it was completely superior to the Phantom Wind and Cloud Leg, which made Chunzong a little happy. After all, the better the movement, the faster his speed, and the faster the movement, the better his overall ability. While guarding Lai Jingyu and others so that they could heal and restore their strength without any worries, Chunzong comprehended the Sky Crane Chasing Wind. The cultivation of this movement was a little interesting. First, visualize the heavenly crane, and then let the spiritual power flow in a unique path. In this way, one could enter the entry level. When one was proficient in using it, it was a small success. When one could fully exert its power, it was a great success. As for trance, it was a deeper level of comprehension and mastery. The amazing comprehension brought by the powerful soul and the spiritual sense that surpassed one's own cultivation allowed Chunzong to quickly comprehend some of the mysteries of the Sky Crane Chasing Wind and enter the entry level. The spiritual power flowed in his body in a strange path, which made Chunzong have a very wonderful feeling. It was as if his body had become lighter, and he was vaguely about to change his shape and become a crane that flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Chapter 1041. Today's kindness. I will always remember it in my heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Lai Jingyu cupped his fist to Chunzong and said solemnly. Lai Jingyu was very proud. He was saved by Chunzong and was grateful, but he did not intend to invite Chunzong to travel with him. Being saved had already affected his pride. If he invited Chunzong to travel with him, it was tantamount to borrowing Chunzong's power to protect them. His pride would be shattered. Brother Chun, I will never forget your kindness, Zhuotianyan said to Chunzong with a smile. Fan Feiyu hoped that Chunzong would travel with them, but unfortunately, Lai Jingyu did not express his opinion. She was familiar with Lai Jingyu's temperament. She knew very well that Lai Jingyu would not invite Chunzong to travel with them, especially under such circumstances. Shenzong also did not have any intention to travel with them. See you in Ligu War City. Shenzong smiled and turned around. With a shake of his arms and a wave of his sleeves, his posture was graceful. Like a white crane spreading its wings, a burst of air surged, and the heaven and earth Yuan Qi surrounded him. His body became light as he leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, Shenzong flew hundreds of meters away. With another glance, he was thousands of meters away, quickly disappearing. Let's go too. Li Jingyu said. The four people who had recovered all their strength once again formed a team and set off. The direction of the four of them was the same as Shenzong, because that was the direction to Ligu War City. It is worthy of being called a middle-grade spirit-level movement technique. Feeling the strong wind blowing from the left and right, feeling the light and graceful figure, like a white crane riding the wind, he secretly exclaimed in his heart. With the martial intent of the phantom wind kick as the foundation, and his previous accumulation of movement techniques, coupled with his strong soul and perception, cultivating Sky Crane Windchaser was exceptionally smooth. Soon, Shenzong cultivated it to the Deshang realm and was able to fully display its power. Sky Crane Windchaser was a pure movement technique, and it was also a middle-grade spirit-level movement technique. When cultivated to the Deshang realm, its speed was even faster than the Phantom Wind Kick. Shenzong believed that if he could cultivate it to the extreme and master body intent, his speed would increase again. Now that he was using the Heavenly Crane Windchaser movement technique to travel, not only was his speed faster, but it was also more convenient for Shenzong to deeply meditate on his martial intent. He would strive to reach the trance stage, then reach the entering perfection stage, and then finally comprehend and master a martial intent. The ruined land was completely empty, and not a single person could be seen. All of a sudden, the air was like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions and quickly spread out. A figure quickly shuttled out of it. It was as if he had come out of the water. He landed on the ground and quickly swept his body. Then, he immediately used his movement skill and swept across the sky like a thunderbolt blade light. Then, another three figures jumped out of the water and landed on the ground. They immediately used their movement techniques and quickly chased after him. Wu Lingkong, hand over the liquefied elemental essence. Wu Lingkong, we only want 2/3 of the liquid essence. You can have 1/3. The three of them shouted as they chased. Wu Lingkong, your strength is indeed not weak. We don't have the confidence to deal with you one-on-one, but with the three of us joining forces, you are absolutely not our match. We also don't want to fight to the death with you. We only want you to hand over 2/3 of the liquid essence. If you want the liquid essence, then take it with your own ability. Wu Lingkong's tone was cold and harsh. One-on-one, none of the three were his match. But when the three of them joined forces, their strength increased exponentially. He didn't have the confidence to win unless he recklessly erupted with all his might. Wu Lingkong's speed was extremely fast. The three people chasing after him were not slow either, but they were somewhat inferior to Wu Lingkong. If they continued like this, Wu Lingkong would be able to escape. The three of them had no other choice. Their cultivation was inferior to Wu Lingkong's, and their speed was also inferior to his. If they could catch up, they would have already done so. Why would they need to threaten him? The more they chased, the uglier their complexions became. Seeing the distance between them and Wu Lingkong increasing, could it be that Wu Lingkong was really going to escape? If Wu Lingkong escaped and found time to refine the liquid essence, Wu Lingkong's cultivation would increase and his strength would increase. At that time, even if the three of them found Wu Lingkong again, not to mention the fact that there was no more liquid essence left, even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Wu Lingkong, whose cultivation had increased. Because right now, with the three of them joining forces, they were only slightly stronger than Wu Lingkong. It's Senior Brother Yu. Senior Brother Yu, stop Wu Lingkong. He has a large amount of liquid essence. Seeing a lone figure in front of them, the three of them immediately shouted loudly. Wu Lingkong, a large amount of liquid essence. The lone Yuxingji's expression suddenly changed greatly. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp, cold light. Turning his head, he stared at a blade of lightning that was flying over from afar. Wu Lingkong, stay here. Yuxingji jumped, soaring dozens of meters. With a flick of his right hand, a cold light broke through the air and condensed into a 2-meter-long golden spear. The 6 spirit wheels in his body rapidly revolved. Spiritual energy surged, and transcendent secret energy poured into the spear. Golden light shone brightly as the spear pierced through the sky. With a boom, Yuxingji's unity of man and spear shot down like a golden meteor towards Wu Lingkong. Yuxingji. Wu Lingkong's complexion suddenly changed. Yuxingji came from the fierce martial region's golden astral sect, one of the 3 6-star forces in the fierce martial region. Their combined strength was only slightly inferior to the great heavenly thunder sect that Wu Lingkong came from. Yuxingji was the #1 disciple of the golden astral sect. In terms of cultivation and strength, he wasn't inferior to Wu Lingkong, a formidable opponent. Facing Yuxingji's tyrannical attack that was like a meteor striking down from the sky, Wu Lingkong's eyes emitted a terrifying light. His expression was solemn, and the long blade on his back leaped up, blazing with lightning. Slash! The black lightning instantly broke through the sky and rushed forward violently, smashing all obstacles as it shot forward. The golden spear light collided with the purple lightning blade, and an incomparably tyrannical force bombarded in all directions. Its power was unparalleled, and the aftermath tore apart space. Layers of earth waves surged in all directions. A storm swept through, and dust soared into the sky. It was earth-shattering. The extremely tyrannical force impacted both sides, causing Yuxingji's figure to stop in midair. Wu Lingkong's momentum also paused, and the 3 golden astral sect disciples behind him quickly chased after him. Yuxingji twisted his waist, and a tyrannical force surged. Golden spiritual highland bombarded the sky, pushing Yuxingji's body to fall at an astonishing speed. The golden spear trembled, and the body of the spear swung. Layers upon layers of spear shadows fell like a sudden rain, densely packed. Every spear shadow carried an extremely terrifying power, and it was extremely strong and strong. It shattered the sky, and it blasted mercilessly. The 3 golden astral sect disciples behind him also made their moves when they were at a suitable distance. The golden spiritual highland surged, turning into blade, aura, and palm prints. Accompanied by the surging world's essence chi, they bombarded Wu Lingkong. He was attacked from the front and back. Wu Lingkong's face was cold. He held a long blade in his hand, as if he was holding a purple lightning. The lightning jumped and slashed in the air. An arc surrounded his body, and the lightning surged wantonly. Under the blade, the area within a radius of 10 meters was covered by lightning. It was like a thunder prison. The lightning soared into the sky and mixed with the world's essence chi, turning into rolling dark clouds with endless lightning shuttling back and forth. All the attacks were blocked, but the lightning was also constantly shattered. It was difficult to withstand. With a slash of the blade, countless lightnings spread out. The blade light shocked the world, as if it was tearing the sky apart. Yuxingji landed on the ground, and the golden spear continued to bombard. Each spear was like a falling meteorite, and its power was unparalleled. There was nothing special about the martial arts of the Golden Astral Sect, or relatively speaking, it was very normal. There was nothing outstanding about it, but their cultivation technique was very famous. Golden Aura Transformation Technique. It could transform spiritual energy into spiritual highland, highly compressed, and extremely strong. Its frontal power was very terrifying. The cultivation technique and martial arts that Wu Lingkong cultivated were tyrannical and suitable for frontal attacks. He immediately attacked Yuxingji head-on, but at the same time, he also had to guard against the attacks of the other 3 people. He was immediately suppressed by Yuxingji. It had to be said that Wu Lingkong's strength was indeed very terrifying. He was able to hold on under the joint attack of a person who was not inferior to him and 3 people who were slightly inferior to him. However, at this rate, he would not be able to hold on for long. "Brother Wu, let me help you." A voice entered Wu Lingkong's ears, startling him. He saw a familiar figure quickly flying over from afar. It was Chen Zong, whom he had met once before. "Brother Chen, be careful. These 4 people are very strong." Wu Lingkong also responded. The 2 of them were transmitting their voices, so Yu Xingji and the other 3 did not hear them. Of course, they also knew that someone was approaching, so they paid attention. Scram! Yu Xingji's personality was overbearing. As he struck out with his spear, an extremely terrifying spear light shot out like a golden meteor. Its power was vast and mighty, shattering the air in front of it. Countless streams of air swept past the golden spear light, as if they were rushing against the current. It was a shocking sight. This spear light shattered the space around it and was extremely powerful. This kind of power caused Chen Zong's complexion to change drastically. It was impossible to resist. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist this spear light. It was too strong, pushing his heavenly crane, chasing wind to the extreme. Chen Zong quickly moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the golden spear light. The golden spear light shot out from Chen Zong's aurora jet and passed by him, creating a vacuum in the air around him. The astonishing suction force caused the surrounding air to surge violently like a cyclone. The ground was also affected by the shockwave, creating a deep gully. Chen Zong couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Yu Xingji's cultivation was at the middle transcendent realm's 6th layer, and Wu Lingkong's cultivation was also at the early transcendent realm's 6th layer. As for the other 3, 2 of them were at the early transcendent realm's 6th layer, and 1 was at the peak transcendent realm 5th layer. All of them had higher cultivation than him. In terms of strength, all of them were at the transcendent realm. Chen Zong's heart sank slightly, but he did not feel fear. After Yu Xingji shot out his spear, he did not attack Chen Zong again. Firstly, he could tell that Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the transcendent realm 4th layer, so he did not put him in his eyes. Secondly, Wu Lingkong had strengthened his attacks on Yu Xingji to pin him down. "Brother Chen, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly." Wu Lingkong also realized that Chen Zong's cultivation was not strong enough and immediately said, if Chen Zong had not planned to attack before, leaving would not be a problem, but since he had already decided to attack, leaving now would be going against his conscience. Chapter 1042. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and the dark clouds condensed from world energy in the sky became darker and darker, as if they were about to collapse the earth. Black lightning bolts as thick as a thumb shot out from the dark clouds. Below, Wu Lingkong did not dodge and was directly struck by the black lightning bolts. His whole body trembled as the black lightning bolts entered his body. Lightning battle armor. The low roar was like a muffled thunderclap. Countless black thunderbolts were absorbed into his body and instantly rushed out. They filled Wu Lingkong's body and directly covered it, condensing into a pitch-black battle armor. Countless lightning arcs flickered as it covered his entire body and limbs. Wu Lingkong, who seemed to be wearing a black lightning battle armor, gave off a fierce and domineering feeling, his aura soaring. Great Heavenly Thunder Sect's 3rd grade secret technique, lightning battle armor, has been cultivated to the minor accomplishment stage. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yu Xingji was surprised. Your Great Heavenly Thunder Sect has a 3rd grade secret technique. Does my Golden Astral Sect not have one? As soon as this thought fell, Yu Xingji's weak body suddenly trembled, and the sound of bones cracking rang out one after another. As if something was exploding inside his body, a golden light swept through every part of his body. Immediately, Yu Xingji's body grew taller and his muscles bulged, as if he had transformed from a scholar into a fierce man. An even more tyrannical aura erupted from his body and rushed out in all directions. Golden Astral Sex, third grade secret technique, adamantine battle body. Yu Xingji had also cultivated the adamantine battle body to the minor accomplishment stage, and when he displayed it, his strength soared, not inferior to Wu Lingkong's. The other 3 Golden Astral Sect disciples also displayed the adamantine battle body, but their adamantine battle body was only at the entry level, so its power was not as strong as Yu Xingji's, but it still greatly increased their strength. The pressure on Wu Lingkong did not lessen, but instead increased. Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn, very strong. Each one of them was very tyrannical. Even the Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator, after using that secret technique, made his heart palpitate. Perhaps in terms of talent, he was not inferior to them, but there was no comparison. Compared to the other sect, the Blue Cloud sect was too weak. The highest secret arts and martial arts were spirit grade low rank, and the highest secret techniques were second grade. Right now, he needed at least a third grade secret technique to increase his strength. This was also the reason why Chunzong had taken the risk to enter the fiery ancient battlefield and enter the upper province's great sects. It was because the great sects had more advanced cultivation methods, martial techniques, and secret techniques. They also had more complete and powerful inheritances, cultivation environments, and resources. While Wu Lingkong and the others were using powerful secret techniques to increase their strength, Chunzong was also making preparations. The 4 spiritual wheels rotated at full speed, and spiritual energy gushed out. Then, Chunzong mobilized the Azure Cloud Force and the Heart Sword Force. It could be said that other than the Dragon Force, even the power of the Purple Cloud True Flame was completely mobilized by Chunzong. When these forces were mobilized at the same time, their auras were very strong. However, under Chunzong's tyrannical spiritual sense, they were completely restrained. In addition, in order to avoid being detected, Chunzong's movements were very secretive. The speed at which he mobilized his forces was slower than usual. This was also the reason why Chunzong asked Wu Lingkong first. If Wu Lingkong had the ability to hold them back, or even defeat them later, he would have made a move. But now, it seemed that Wu Lingkong had become stronger, but these people had also become stronger. Rumbling thunder. Sky strike. In an instant, an even more terrifying force erupted from Wu Lingkong's body. Countless black lightning bolts shot down from the thick dark clouds in the sky and bombarded the black lightning saber. As Wu Lingkong raised his arm, the saber was raised high. Countless lightning bolts struck down, and a tyrannical force was constantly transmitted, causing the light to become deeper and deeper. Suddenly, Wu Lingkong leaped into the air, held the saber with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. Rumbling thunder sky strike. This was a secret technique that Wu Lingkong had obtained from the forbidden area of the Great Heavenly Thunder Sect. It was a third-grade secret technique. Since obtaining this secret technique, Wu Lingkong had only cultivated it, but had not used it in front of others. Today it was showing its prowess. Yu Xingji and the other 3 Golden Astral Sect disciples were shocked. They burst out with all their strength and attacked Wu Lingkong in the air. However, the first pitch-black lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Its power was tyrannical to the extreme, and it was incomparably terrifying. It instantly defeated the 3 Golden Astral Sect disciples. Immediately, the second saber slashed down and collided with Yu Xingji's spear. An extremely tyrannical force exploded, and rings filled with astonishing tension raged out, shattering everything. Under the tyrannical force, Yu Xingji's expression changed greatly. His spear trembled incessantly, and his arms sank slightly numb. The terrifying force even caused the ground under his feet to collapse. The third saber slashed down again. Its speed was extremely fast, and Yu Xingji and the others had no time to dodge. They could only take it head-on again. Rumbling thunder sky strike. Once it was used, it could continuously attack in an extremely short period of time. Moreover, Each attack was made with all of one's strength. This was the essence of this third-grade secret technique. At the entry level, one could continuously attack 3 times, and at the small success level, one could instantly attack 6 times. Wu Lingkong had cultivated this secret technique to the small success level. The 4th attack, the 5th attack, the 3 golden astral sect disciples were completely defeated and were seriously injured. The 6th attack, Yu Xingji's entire body trembled. He felt as if his bones and tendons were broken. His entire body was in pain, and there was even a tyrannical thunder force wreaking havoc on his body, wantonly destroying everything. He was very clear that this was the extraordinary power that Wu Lingkong had mastered, the power of rumbling thunder. Fortunately, the Golden Astral Sect's Golden Aura transformation technique was very tyrannical. Coupled with his adamantine battle body, his defensive power was even stronger, and he could barely resist it. After the 6th attack, Wu Lingkong's figure fell down. The lightning armor collapsed, his aura was weak, and his face was pale. The strength in his body was almost exhausted. His bones and tendons were injured, and his meridians were damaged. All in all, his injuries were not light. Both sides were injured. Wu Lingkong himself was not lightly injured, and his strength was almost exhausted. It could be said that he did not have much strength left. The 3 Golden Astral Sect's disciples who were originally chasing after him were also seriously injured. One by one, they fell to the ground and lost their fighting strength. Ha! Yu Xingji stood with his spear in hand. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed wildly at Wu Lingkong. Wu Lingkong, you really exceeded my expectations. You actually cultivated a second, third-grade secret technique. While laughing wildly, Yu Xingji was actually still in fear. His original strength was about the same as Wu Lingkong's, and the two of them could be considered old opponents. There had never been a victor, but he never thought that Wu Lingkong would actually have such a hidden technique. If not for his 3 junior brothers sharing a portion of Wu Lingkong's attack, he would definitely not be able to withstand those 6 tyrannical attacks. Even if he did not die, he would be on the verge of death. Even now, he had used all his strength to resist Wu Lingkong's attack, but he still felt pain all over his body. He had also used up a lot of his strength, and his strength had decreased greatly. If there was another attack, he would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, now it was his turn. With a shake of his spear, a golden light raged like a storm and directly blasted towards Wu Lingkong. Although Yu Xingji still wanted to ridicule Wu Lingkong, he was clear that Wu Lingkong might still have some tricks up his sleeve. If Wu Lingkong had time to recover, he might recover some of his strength. At that time, it would not be so easy to kill him. He directly attacked, and a golden spear light was about to engulf Wu Lingkong. Clouds shatter. At the same time, a voice that was not loud rang out, but it was filled with astonishing power. Chunzong attacked with his sword. The moment the sword stabbed out, the sword disappeared, as if it had transformed into a wisp of smoke and slowly moved forward with the wind. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast, surpassing the speed of sound by a lot. The wisp of smoke rose in spirals, like a wisp of smoke from a farmer's kitchen at dusk, casual and relaxed. However, when the wisp of smoke approached Yu Xingji's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he changed the direction of the spear that was aimed at Wu Lingkong and blasted towards the wisp of smoke. A rumbling sound reverberated, and the wisp of smoke actually burst forth with an incomparably terrifying power, like a volcanic eruption, like a huge wave that overflowed into the sky, and like a landslide. All the power hidden within the wisp of smoke was unleashed in an instant, and instantly exploded. It was as if a wave of power was about to shatter the sea of clouds in the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. All the power was blasted out without holding back. The heaven and earth shook, and the heaven and earth origin energy in the sky surged from all directions. It was low and oppressive, and the earth cracked. The golden spear light was shattered in an instant, and the extremely terrifying power instantly blasted towards Yu Xingji. If he was in his peak condition, Yu Xingji was confident that he could withstand this attack. However, he was currently injured and did not have much power left, so this attack immediately made him feel the danger of death. Without caring about anything else, he erupted with all his strength, and the extraordinary power of Vajra instantly filled his entire body, forming an even more astonishing defense. He raised both his arms, and the spear carried the last of his power as it fiercely smashed down, as if it could smash a mountain. A rumbling sound rang out, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk. The astonishing power rushed in all directions, sweeping through everything like a hurricane, destroying the heaven and earth. Chunzong instantly erupted with dragon power, and his figure flashed as he grabbed Wu Lingkong and retreated at an astonishing speed. However, he was still hit by this extremely terrifying shockwave, and he could not help but spit out blood. Chunzong could feel that his internal organs, bones, and muscles were all injured. Fortunately, he reacted in time, and his speed was not slow. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as just being injured, but possibly even being killed. After all, that power was just too tyrannical. The ground shook incessantly, and it lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before it gradually calmed down. When everything was settled, Chunzong and Wu Lingkong looked at the huge pit that was dozens of meters deep, and their faces changed greatly as they sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that this was the fierce ancient battlefield, and the pressure was at least twice as heavy as the outside world. This meant that the hardness of the ground here was also twice as much as the outside world, and the heaven and earth origin energy was even thinner. With all these factors, the destruction caused by the same power here was only a fraction of the outside world. Even so, there was still a huge pit that was dozens of meters deep and nearly 10 meters deep. It was a shocking sight. As for the 4 people from the Golden Astral sect, they were nowhere to be seen. However, Chunzong still saw some traces on the bodies of the 3 disciples of the Golden Astral sect. Looking further away, he could see a figure staggering away. It was Yu Xingji, who had actually survived under this kind of power. Chapter 1043. Ha ha! Looking at the huge pit and Yu Xingji who was staggering away, Chunzong and Wu Lingkong looked at each other. Then they both sat on the cracked ground and laughed. However, the two of them only laughed a few times and quickly took out pills from their storage rings to consume. There were healing pills and pills to restore spiritual power. Wu Lingkong even took a pill to alleviate his own sequelae. After all, Wu Lingkong knew that if he were to use the thunderous sky strike while using the lightning battle armor, it would cause an enormous burden on his body. Thus, he had already prepared some medicinal pills, just in case they came in handy. Chunzong's situation was much better than Wu Lingkong's. Without the burden brought by the 2 secret methods, he only consumed his spirit power, extraordinary secret force, and the power of purple cloud true flame. His dragon force was still there, but after being hit by a tyrannical force, his bones and internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. But with the help of the pills, he began to recover little by little. The 2's luck was good. In a short while, no one else came here. After a while, the 2's injuries were alleviated, their strength also recovered a little, and their complexions were not so pale. The 2 continued to operate their secret methods to refine the pills, recovering their injuries and their own strength, while paying attention to the movements around them. With the gradual recovery of their injuries and strength, the 2's strength was also gradually recovering. In the end, relying on the pills and the self-healing ability brought by his tyrannical physique, Chunzong's injuries were healed by 80%, and his spirit power was completely restored. His strength was restored to about 90%, and the rest was slowly recovered. Wu Lingkong's situation was a little worse. The burden was too great, plus he was injured and so on. Therefore, although his spirit power and extraordinary secret force were completely restored, his strength was only about 70% of his peak. However, with Wu Lingkong's strength, even with 70% of his strength, he could fight with Yu Xingji in his peak for a while. After recovering part of their strength, the two quickly set off, found the storage rings and spirit weapons of the three golden astral sect disciples, and immediately used their movement skills to leave this place. When the two left for half a quarter of an hour, some people passed by here, looking at the huge pit and the surrounding cracks, and feeling the residual aura. They all looked dignified. It was clear that there were extremely powerful individuals who had fought intensely here. It was extremely intense. Brother Chun, this time it's all thanks to you, Wu Lingkong said in a dignified tone, feeling very grateful to Chunzong. Chunzong's cultivation was only at the late stage of the transcendent realm, and he cultivated a spirit-grade low-rank secret art. No matter how powerful he was at best, a transcendent realm cultivator, no matter which disciple of the Golden Astral Sect, he was no match. Under such circumstances, he didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he chose to stay and help him. Wu Lingkong's friends, if not the other, they would be friends. Before this, the two, before the friendship, the two before, they were just friends. They were just friends in each other. Was. Before the two, they just... But now, the friendship between Wu Lingkong and Chunzong was not ordinary. They completely regarded each other as a friend of life and death. Now that I think about it, I was impulsive. Chunzong smiled. He was indeed impulsive, but if he could do it again, maybe he would do the same. Brother Chun, do you know why those 4 people intercepted me and want to kill me? Wu Lingkong knew that Chunzong was joking, so he didn't take it to heart and instead asked, maybe they took a fancy to something on you. Chunzong smiled. Yes, not long ago, I entered a subspace which happened to be an unlimited number of people. Before me, the 3 Golden Astral Sect disciples entered first. Wu Lingkong quickly explained. An unlimited number of people. As long as you were lucky enough to encounter it, you could enter. The 3 Golden Astral Sect disciples entered only a little earlier than Wu Lingkong, so after Wu Lingkong entered, he naturally competed with them. The only thing in that subspace was Yuan liquid. The so-called Yuan liquid was the name of the liquid formed by the world's Yuan Qi after it reached a certain density. 50 kilograms of Yuan liquid was taken away by Wu Lingkong with his own ability. The 3 Golden Astral Sect disciples naturally didn't agree, so they chased Wu Lingkong all the way out of that subspace. The combined strength of the 3 wasn't weak, unless Wu Lingkong used 2 kinds of third-grade secret arts to defeat them, but the price was not small. Therefore, Wu Lingkong planned to use his own speed to shake them off, then find a place to refine the Yuan liquid to increase his cultivation and strength. But he didn't expect that his luck was bad, and he encountered Yu Xingji, who intercepted him and caused a great battle. Fortunately, Chunzong appeared and helped, otherwise, he would have been killed by Yu Xingji. Brother Chun, this is 50 kilograms of Yuan liquid. Wu Lingkong took out a black jade bottle. It was the size of a palm and had a unique space inside that could store liquids. Brother Wu, what do you mean by this? You risked your life to obtain the Yuan liquid. Chunzong was slightly surprised, but he didn't take the black jade bottle. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived. No matter how much I had, it would have ended up in someone else's possession. Wu Lingkong solemnly said, the fiery ancient battlefield is very dangerous. Brother Chun, your cultivation is not enough. You need this Yuan liquid more than I do. Chunzong stopped in his tracks and stared at Wu Lingkong. Wu Lingkong also stopped in his tracks and stared at Chunzong. Suddenly, Chunzong smiled faintly and reached out to receive the black jade bottle. Since it's like this, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Good. Wu Lingkong smiled. He sincerely wanted to give half of the Yuan liquid to Chunzong, not to repay him for saving his life, but to hope that Chunzong could become strong enough to pass through the fiery ancient battlefield and reach the fiery ancient war city. Chunzong also understood this point. His cultivation was indeed the shortcoming that limited his strength. In addition to his cultivation, his martial arts were not strong enough. In addition, In terms of extraordinary powers, he estimated that Wu Lingkong couldn't compare with him. After all, when he was talking with Wu Lingkong in the shelter, Wu Lingkong had said that the majority of cultivators only grasped one type of extraordinary power. It was very difficult to grasp two types. Even Wu Lingkong only had one type of extraordinary power. It would be difficult to obtain martial arts in a short time. Even if he obtained a more advanced martial art, he wouldn't have enough time to change it. After all, it would take at least a few months to catch up with his strength. All that was left was to raise his cultivation base. When his cultivation base increased, his strength would naturally increase as well. Chunzong subconsciously tightened his grip on the black jade bottle. 25 kilograms of liquefied yuan was extremely important to him right now. As long as he could refine it, his cultivation base would definitely rise greatly, and his strength would also increase significantly. Night is coming again. Let's find a shelter first. Wu Lingkong saw Chunzong put away the black jade bottle and was relieved. The arrival of night meant that the evil spirits on the battlefield would appear again. For the two, it was not good news, especially now that their strength was not at its peak. After a fierce battle, it took 2 hours for Chunzong and Wu Lingkong to find an empty shelter. They hurriedly entered it and breathed a sigh of relief. They took out medicinal pills and consumed them to recover their consumed spiritual power. Then, the two took out the storage rings of 3 golden astral sect disciples and took out all the things inside. Generally, there were some yuan stones, medicinal pills, and so on. The most important thing was the scarlet soul crystals, a total of 3. "I'll take one," Chunzong said very straightforwardly. He only took 1 scarlet soul crystal and gave the other 2 to Wu Lingkong. Firstly, he had several scarlet soul crystals and 1 purple soul crystal. Secondly, Wu Lingkong had given him 50 kilograms of yuan liquid. Of course, it was because he had helped, but if Wu Lingkong was unwilling, Chunzong would not take the initiative to ask. Okay, Wu Lingkong needed the soul crystals. After entering the upper sect, he would be able to refine and absorb them to strengthen his soul, and then enhance his perception, and so on. It was very important. "Brother Chun, I'll guard you. You take the yuan liquid first to raise your cultivation base," Wu Lingkong said. Although his strength had only recovered to 80% of his peak, he was still stronger than Chunzong. Therefore, it was important for Chunzong to raise his cultivation base first. Chunzong didn't refuse. He quickly took out the black jade bottle and opened it. An indescribable rich fragrance instantly suffused the air and wrapped around Chunzong. His entire body felt comfortable inside and out, as if all his fatigue had been removed. This feeling was truly incomparably wonderful. After taking a big gulp, about half a kilogram, and swallowing it all into his stomach, Chunzong circulated the clear sky, filling sky art. His 4 spirit wheels spun rapidly, absorbing the yuan liquid converted into spirit energy. Yuan liquid was the liquefied form of world's yuan qi. It was incomparably pure. Once it entered the body, there was almost no need to refine it. It only needed to circulate a large cycle of the secret art, and it would be converted into spirit energy. The effect was excellent, and there were no side effects. Chunzong compared it. The energy contained in 1 kilogram of yuan liquid was almost equivalent to 10 low-grade yuan stones. But in terms of absorption, it was much better than 10 low-grade yuan stones. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was comparable to 20 low-grade yuan stones. Not long after, 1 kilogram of yuan liquid was refined by Chunzong. His 4th spirit will seem to have grown larger and more solid. Picking up the black jade bottle again, he poured yuan liquid into it and refined it again. His cultivation base gradually increased. Peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer. Gene after gene of yuan liquid entered his stomach. His 4th spirit wheel became more and more solid, gradually reaching the same height as the other 3 spirit wheels. Peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer. In this way, Chunzong consumed 5 kilograms of yuan liquid. Continuously consuming, refining, and absorbing yuan liquid, the yuan liquid inside the black jade bottle was constantly reduced, while Chunzong's aura also slowly increased. After a short period of contraction, Chunzong's cultivation broke through, condensing his fifth spirit wheel. Early Transcendent Realm, fifth layer. On the side, Wu Lingkong, who was slowly recovering, smiled, feeling happy for Chunzong's improvement. Mid-Transcendent Realm, fifth layer. Late Transcendent Realm, fifth layer. After Chunzong completely refined and absorbed the 25 kilograms of yuan liquid, his cultivation completely consolidated, reaching the late Transcendent Realm fifth layer. Feeling the powerful strength contained in his body, Chunzong was overjoyed. Chapter 1044. Congratulations, Brother Chun, Wu Lingkong said sincerely. Reaching the late Transcendent Realm fifth layer was enough to raise Chunzong's strength to a whole new level. He estimated that if he were to fight any of the three Golden Astral Sect disciples one-on-one, he would be able to defeat them. I still have to thank Brother Wu. Chunzong smiled, shaking his arms as his spirit chi surged and a tyrannical aura spread out. If it weren't for the 50 kilograms of yuan liquid you gave me, I don't know when I would have been able to break through to this level. While the two of them were talking, outside the shelter, a powerful shockwave suddenly swept out in all directions. It was unbelievably strong. The ground was shaking, and the sky was exploding. The wind was like a storm, and it shocked Chunzong and Wu Lingkong. They turned around and saw a scary fire outside the shelter. It was like a wave, and it was very hot. Separated by 1,000 meters, Chunzong and Wu Lingkong could feel the heat, and their expressions became solemn. Especially Chunzong, who had the purple cloud true flame and the true flame body tempering art. His body's resistance to heat was amazing, but when he felt the heat coming from the outside, Chunzong knew that if he were to be hit head-on, he would not be able to withstand it. As the wave of fire spread out, one blue evil ghost after another was engulfed and turned to ashes in an instant, not even having the time to struggle. The wave of fire swept out hundreds of meters, forming a huge circle and burning fiercely. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the evil ghosts on the battlefield were turned to ashes. Not even their bones were left behind. This scene shocked Chunzong and Wu Lingkong even more. Immediately, their pupils shrank to the size of needles as they saw a figure appear in the middle of the wave of fire. Slender and vigorous, with a robe that fluttered in the wind like a god of fire. Long hair like flames, the figure held a long saber in his right hand, its blade long and narrow, covered in blazing red flames. When this figure walked out of the range of the wave of fire, the raging flames gradually weakened until they were completely extinguished, leaving behind a scorched black area that covered a radius of several hundred meters. The evil spirits that were wandering around the battlefield all gathered towards the center and charged forward without fear of death. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they had gone mad. However, this person's expression was cold and his eyes were indifferent. A wisp of cold light was like cold lightning, and there seemed to be two balls of red flames burning in his eyes. Raising his hand, brandishing his saber, every movement was extremely clear. With a loud bang, the red flames on the long saber instantly soared and turned into an astonishing wave that surged out. In an instant, it circled around and engulfed all the evil ghosts on the battlefield, turning them into ashes in an instant. Chunzong and Wu Lingkong also felt the fluctuation of the aura emitted by this person. Seventh layer, Transcendent Realm. The gap between the Transcendent Realm 4th layer and 3rd layer was huge, and the gap between the Transcendent Realm 7th layer and 6th layer was also huge. However, the methods displayed by that man were simply too terrifying. Wu Lingkong knew that even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to kill the evil spirits as easily as the other party. He felt as if the other party was strolling leisurely in his own backyard, casually and leisurely. Waving his blade was as easy as plucking flowers. They couldn't be compared at all. They were on two different levels. This person is definitely from the Central Territory, Wu Lingkong whispered, his tone incomparably certain. Because as far as Wu Lingkong knew, even the most outstanding disciple of the Great Heavenly Thunder Sect was only a late-stage, transcendent realm 6th layer cultivator, and the Great Heavenly Thunder Sect was one of the top forces in the 36 lower territories. In other words, it was impossible for a genius of this level to appear in the 36 lower territories. So there was only one explanation. This person came from the Central Territory and was a genius from one of the Central Territory's great forces. In the Central Territory, 5-star forces were common, 6-star forces were common, and there were also many 7-star forces. There are even some powerful 8-star forces. That kind of power, Chunzong's eyes blazed, because his powerful spiritual sense had reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. Chunzong's perception was far sharper, allowing him to sense the terrifying power contained in the other party's flames. One was a kind of world energy, while the other was a kind of transcendent secret force. It was a kind of world energy flame, and transcendent secret force was also a kind of flame. When a world energy flame fuses with a fire-type transcendent secret force, could it be that they mutually enhance each other? Chunzong couldn't help thinking, but whether it was true or not, Chunzong wasn't sure, because although he had the purple cloud true flame, he hadn't comprehended a fire-type transcendent secret force yet, so he couldn't test it out. If he wanted to know, he would have to ask the other party, but seeing the other party's strength and the fact that he didn't know him, there was no guarantee that the other party would directly kill him. Secondly, comprehending a fire-type transcendent secret force on his own was extremely difficult, especially since Chunzong had already grasped 2 types of transcendent secret forces. If he wanted to comprehend a 3rd type, it would be at least 10 times more difficult than the second. Thirdly, if he entered a great sect, he might be able to read ancient books or ask the elders of the great sects. Casually waving his saber, the astonishing red flames burned the evil ghost into ashes. This person's footsteps were neither fast nor slow, his body covered in raging red flames as he walked towards the shelter step by step. Chunzong and Wu Lingkong's expressions became even more solemn. What is this person's temperament? Unknown. In a world of cultivators, there were all kinds of strange people. Some were indifferent to the outside world, and some were very bloodthirsty. No matter if there was any grudge or not, they would kill if they wanted to. Even though Chunzong's cultivation base had broken through and his strength had increased, even though Wu Lingkong's strength was not weak, at this moment, the two of them didn't feel the slightest bit at ease. "Brother Chun, let's leave," Wu Lingkong said decisively. The other party's strength was too strong, so tyrannical that even if they worked together, there was no hope of fighting back. If the other party entered the shelter and was safe, that would be the best, but what if not? Leaving their fate to others to choose? No, Wu Lingkong wasn't such a person, and Chunzong wasn't such a person either. Hearing Wu Lingkong's words, Chunzong nodded. Although they would be besieged by the evil ghosts on the battlefield if they left now, there were still about 4 hours before the arrival of day. If the two of them cooperated well, they should be able to survive as long as they didn't encounter the purple cloud evil ghosts. Another wave of the sword, flames billowed, covering the sky and the ground, burning hundreds and thousands of blue cloud evil ghosts to ashes again. Every wave of the sword made Chunzong and Wu Lingkong's hearts tremble. Approaching, an invisible pressure came. Suddenly, just when the other party was 100 meters away from the shelter, just as Chunzong and Wu Lingkong were about to leave the shelter, the person's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he quickly turned his head to look to the side, the light in his eyes burning like a raging flame. As if he had found a prey, he took a step forward. In the roar, the person turned into a blazing flame, like a flame sweeping across the ground, and quickly rushed to kill. With the long sword in hand, no evil ghost could resist. The other party's action made Chunzong and Wu Lingkong puzzled, and at the same time, they stopped retreating. Looking in the direction of the person, it was a road paved with flames, constantly spreading forward, and at the end, a faint purple light could be seen. Could it be a purple cloud, evil ghost? Shenzong couldn't help guessing. This person's cultivation was at the transcendent realm 7th layer, and his strength was terrifying. If he had found a purple cloud evil ghost, he wouldn't have been afraid to hide and would instead hunt it down as prey. After all, killing a purple cloud evil ghost would give him a purple cloud soul crystal. Indeed, this person had found a purple cloud evil ghost and chased after it, resulting in a fierce battle with it. The purple cloud soul crystal was very attractive to him, but at the same time, the purple cloud evil ghost was also very interested in his soul, so the battle was very intense. The battle between the human and the evil ghost became more and more intense, and no other evil ghost could get close within 1,000 meters. This was because the shock waves were simply too terrifying, and anyone who came within 1,000 meters of them would be destroyed. The Central Territory Genius flames were so powerful that even the blue cloud evil ghost couldn't resist them, and the purple cloud evil ghost could also kill it. This battle lasted for nearly an hour before it ended, and in the end, the Central Territory Genius killed the purple cloud evil ghost and obtained a purple cloud soul crystal. After killing the purple cloud evil ghost, the man turned around and quickly returned to the shelter. "Let's go," Chenzong and Wu Lingkong said in unison, leaving the shelter in the opposite direction without hesitation. In another 2 hours or so, the curtain of night would pass away and day would arrive. At that time, they would be safe. The Central Territory Genius also saw Chenzong and Wu Lingkong leaving the shelter, but he didn't pay them any attention and directly stepped into the shelter to rest. After all, the battle with the purple cloud evil ghost had consumed almost all of his strength. As soon as they left the shelter, Chenzong and Wu Lingkong were besieged by the blue cloud evil ghost. But the two of them weren't weak, so facing the blue cloud evil ghost was a piece of cake. The two of them didn't plan to kill the blue cloud evil ghost. They only needed to repel it, so they could save their own strength and survive the next hour without a problem, provided that they didn't encounter the purple cloud evil ghost. Otherwise, even the weakest purple cloud evil ghost was a 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator. However, one purple cloud evil ghost had already appeared, so there shouldn't be a second one. Sure enough, after an hour, the two of them really didn't encounter any purple cloud evil ghosts, but they did encounter 2 scarlet evil ghosts, both of which were killed by Chenzong. This was because Wu Lingkong didn't have any world energy. World energy was very precious, and Chenzong being able to obtain it was largely due to luck. Since the 2 scarlet evil ghosts were killed by Chenzong, the 2 scarlet soul crystals naturally belonged to Chenzong. Originally, Chenzong planned to give one to Wu Lingkong, but Wu Lingkong resolutely refused. As day arrived, the evil ghosts scattered one after another, and the ghost fire sunk into the ground, falling silent. The two of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, immediately laughing heartily. Chenzong consumed 25 kilograms of yuan liquid, raising his cultivation from the late 4th layer transcendent realm to the late 5th layer transcendent realm. As for Wu Lingkong, he originally planned to refine the other 25 kilograms of yuan liquid, but unfortunately, a powerful Central Territory Genius had appeared, so Wu Lingkong didn't dare refine it. "Brother Wu, do you want to take this opportunity to refine the yuan liquid? I'll stand guard for you," Chenzong said. If Wu Lingkong refined the yuan liquid, his cultivation would improve further and his strength would also increase. All right, Wu Lingkong didn't refuse, immediately sitting down and swallowing the yuan liquid while Chenzong stood to the side, standing guard while comprehending the azure cloud shatter. Chapter 1045. A tyrannical aura erupted from Wu Lingkong's body, like the roar of a dragon or the roar of a thunderbolt, causing the ground around him to tremble violently. Wu Lingkong's cultivation began to grow. Late Transcendent Realm 6th Layer. Peak Transcendent Realm 6th Layer. The 50 kilograms of yuan liquefied origin essence that could allow Chenzong to break through from the late Transcendent Realm 4th Layer to the late Transcendent Realm 5th Layer was only enough to raise Wu Lingkong's cultivation by 2 small realms. However, Wu Lingkong, who had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, was much stronger than before. If he encountered Yu Xingji again, he could easily defeat him without using the rumbling thunder heavenly strike. Wu Lingkong's cultivation breakthrough and increase in strength made him slightly excited, but he quickly calmed down, and the two of them once again used their movement skills to rush forward. Gradually, they saw several figures a few thousand meters away, all of them heading in the same direction, because that was the direction of Ancient War City. When these people saw Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong, they also became vigilant. On this ancient battlefield, besides companions and acquaintances, anyone could become an enemy. Even if one didn't intend to become enemies with them, the other party might not necessarily think so. Even acquaintances would turn against each other, and even companions would turn against each other. While vigilant against each other, they still maintained a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Even if one of them wanted to attack, they would first have to cross this distance to react. As the number of people they encountered gradually increased, Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong both had a hunch that they would soon arrive at Ancient War City. Suddenly, Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong's figures paused slightly as a chill rose from their spines and rushed straight to their heads, instantly engulfing their bodies. This was an indescribable heat that seemed capable of turning the two of them into ashes. Even if Wu Lingkong's cultivation had increased greatly, he still couldn't help feeling horrified and unable to resist. Moreover, this blazing aura gave Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong a familiar feeling. The two of them glanced at each other, and their expressions changed drastically. Quickly turning around, they saw a familiar figure flying over from behind at an astonishing speed. It was none other than the genius suspected to have come from the Central Territory last night, a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator with incredible strength, especially the terrifying power of his flames, which allowed him to slaughter the evil ghosts on the battlefield as if they were grass. He had even managed to kill a purple nether evil ghost. Under such circumstances, if the other party intended to make a move, Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong would have nowhere to escape. They could only summon their strength and prepare to make a move at any time. They might not be able to defeat him, but they would not sit still and wait for death. That person's speed was extremely fast, and he quickly swept past from not far away. At the same time, he glanced at Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong, and a hint of a smile that was not a smile appeared on his face, but he did not make a move. Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong both heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the other party's figure disappear into the distance. Their backs were slightly drenched in sweat as they bitterly smiled. This was the sense of crisis and invisible oppression brought about by the difference in strength. This feeling was indeed very uncomfortable. There were people who were fast and people who were slow. The fast people took the lead and left in a cloud of dust. The slow people lagged behind and followed step by step. Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong's speed was neither fast nor slow. They were considered above average. Of course, if Wu Lingkong were to go all out, his speed would be above Chun Zong's. But for the sake of Chun Zong, he had limited his speed. Half an hour later, Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong saw the outline of a city. As they gradually approached, both of them were shocked by the sight of the city. It was simple, ancient, and full of the smell of iron and blood. The city walls were 100 meters high and mottled with the passage of time. They were extremely impactful, causing one's soul to shake. A blood-red stone monument towered over the ground. It was 10 meters high and had 4 large black characters engraved on it, simple yet fierce. Just by looking at it, one could feel a kind of iron and blood aura. Ancient War City. Thousands of twists and turns, endless fierce battles. Chun Zong took a deep breath. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be light and shadow revolving around, crisscrossing. His ears were filled with the sounds of battle. It was as if he had returned to the ancient battlefield, feeling the life and death of iron and blood. This feeling only lasted for a moment before Chun Zong woke up. Together with Wu Lingkong, they crossed the 10-meter-tall monument and headed towards the huge open city gate. The The city gate looked incomparably thick and heavy, as if it was separated by two different worlds. Inside the city gate was a 10-meter-long passage with clear characters engraved on the side. Chunzong and Wu Lingkong both glanced at it. Those were some of the rules of Ancient War City. One of them was that in Ancient War City, one could not casually attack, injure, or kill others. Those who violated the rules would be punished according to the severity of the case. After crossing the 10-meter-long city gate, they officially stepped into Ancient War City. An even more ancient and vicissitude aura greeted them. The street that appeared in front of them was incomparably wide, surpassing any city that Chunzong had been to. There were many houses on the left and right sides, which should be shops. Unfortunately, they had long been abandoned. Perhaps a long time ago, there were many people living in this Ancient War City. But now, it had been reduced to an empty city. There were other uses for it. Chunzong, Wu Lingkong, and the others were not the first to arrive in Ancient War City. On the contrary, they were in the middle. After entering Ancient War City, they could choose a place to live and wait for the people from the upper district to arrive. As for how long it would take, it was unknown. "Brother Chun, let's find a place to stay first," Wu Lingkong said. Chunzong nodded. Not long after, the two found an ownerless pavilion to live in. There were many pavilions and houses in Ancient War City. Even if tens of thousands of people lived in it, it would be easy, not to mention a few hundred or 1,000 people. Therefore, no one needed to fight for a place to live and create conflicts, unless they were deliberately looking for trouble. Ancient War City, we finally arrived. 3 dusty figures walked to the red stone tablet that was 10 meters high and stared at the 4 black words on the stone tablet. They were suddenly excited. These 3 people were the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace, Lai Jingyu, Fan Feiyu, and Zhou Tianyan. It seemed that their condition was not very good. Lai Jingyu and Fan Feiyu looked pale and weak. Zhou Tianyan's condition was even worse. His right arm was missing, and only his left arm was intact. "So what if we're here?" Zhou Tianyan smiled bitterly, his face full of frustration. He practiced sword with his right hand. It could be said that his strength and sword skills were related to his right hand. Now that his right arm was missing, his strength was greatly reduced, and it was difficult for him to use his sword skills. Perhaps he could use his left hand to hold the sword and use his sword skills, but it could not be compared with his right hand. Therefore, for Zhou Tianyan, even if he arrived at Ancient War City with a half-crippled body, what could he do? "Junior brother, don't be discouraged. You still have your left arm," Lai Jingyu encouraged. "Moreover, there may be elixirs in the upper sect for limb regeneration." Limb regeneration. Zhou Tianyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Senior brother Lai is right. The upper region is vast, and the upper sect is powerful. It is far from what our Floating Cloud Palace can compare with. Maybe there really is an elixir for limb regeneration. Fan Feiyu looked and quickly emphasized. Okay. Zhou Tianyan's heart also had a glimmer of hope. This glimmer of hope reignited his fighting spirit. His entire body seemed to have a new strength, supporting him not to fall. "Let's go. Let's enter the city." Lai Jingyu waved his hand in high spirits. In the end, only 3 of the 6 from Floating Cloud Palace arrived at Ancient War City. Zhou Tianyan had lost an arm, and Lai Jingyu and Fan Feiyu had suffered heavy internal injuries. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. However, now that they had arrived at Ancient War City, as long as they stepped into the city, they would be safe. Stepping into Ancient War City, Lai Jingyu and the other 2 chose an ownerless pavilion to stay in. Then they waited. During this time, they naturally recovered from their injuries and tried to improve their cultivation and strength as much as possible. I wonder if Chunzong has arrived at Ancient War City? After settling down, Fan Feiyu suddenly asked. Lai Jingyu was silent. He was still brooding about losing to Chunzong and being saved by Chunzong. It was difficult for him to accept it at the moment. With his strength, he should have arrived earlier than us. Zhou Tianyan continued. "Let's rest first. After resting, we will heal our injuries. After we recover, we will go outside and see the situation." Lai Jingyu interrupted the 2. but secretly decided that he must surpass Chinzong. As for the favor of saving his life, he would repay it when he had the chance, but he must defeat Chinzong with his own hands. Fan Feiyu and Zhuo Tianyun both understood Li Jingyu. They looked at each other, but no one said anything. However, they both had a feeling that it was almost impossible for Li Jingyu to surpass Chinzong. Why? Because as a 4-star force, Chinzong was able to defeat Li Jingyu in the Dragonization battle. After entering the ancient war city for a day or two, his strength far surpassed Li Jingyu's. As time passed, this gap may gradually increase. It would be very difficult to close it. They did not mean to discourage Li Jingyu. Perhaps there would be a miracle. After all, they were now going to enter the upper province and enter a great sect. After entering a great sect, no one could say what would happen in the future. More and more people entered ancient war city. Another night fell. On the battlefield, ghost fires appeared one after another. Bones flew up and gathered into battlefield evil spirits one after another, and began to wreak havoc on the earth. However, none of the battlefield evil spirits could enter ancient war city. They were all repelled by an invisible force to protect the safety of the people inside. On the 100-meter-high city wall, many people stood and watched the battlefield evil spirits outside the city. Chinzong and Wu Lingkong were among them. The feeling of looking down from a high place like an outsider was very refreshing. Although they would not be attacked by the battlefield evil spirits inside the shelter, they still had to guard against other people who enter the shelter. So how could they relax inside ancient war city? Looking around, Chinzong's eyes narrowed as he saw two figures constantly breaking through the encirclement of the battlefield evil spirits and approaching ancient war city. However, there were many battlefield evil spirits, and their strength was limited, so it was very difficult for them to break through. It's them. Chinzong's eyes narrowed as he recognized the two people. At the same time, a joking voice sounded nearby. Who wants to bet on whether those two can enter ancient war city? A slightly shrill voice sounded. What kind of bet? Suddenly, some people became interested, as if after a tense few days and nights, they suddenly relaxed and wanted to have some fun. Suddenly, Chinzong jumped down from the 100-meter-high city wall and flew out of ancient war city like a gust of wind. Chapter 1046. Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai met by accident and approached the ancient war city under the cover of night. Facing the siege of the evil spirits on the battlefield, they constantly used their own strength, urging the earth flame and earth essence water to kill the evil spirits. But their own strength was also constantly consumed. When the power of the earth mystical fire and earth mystical water was depleted, the two of them were only left with spiritual power to fight their enemies. Qi Jiuqian had one more trick up his sleeve, which was the dragon power. His body refining cultivation had also broken through to the dragon power realm, but it was not high, only at the first level of the dragon power realm. However, when the two of them joined hands and got close to the ancient war city and were about to enter its territory, a scarlet light suddenly attacked them from the side. It was as fast as lightning, which made their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but feel frightened. Scarlet Evil Spirit. The Scarlet Evil Spirit was much stronger than the Blue Evil Spirit, and the pressure brought by this Scarlet Evil Spirit made the two's expressions change drastically. Fifth layer, Transcendent Realm. If they were at their peak, with their current strength, they would be able to fight against this Scarlet Evil Spirit and even win, but unfortunately, at this moment, their strength was less than 30% of their usual strength. Are we going to die here? Whether it was Qi Jiuqian or Qi Longhai, their hearts were filled with unwillingness. For several days and nights, after many hardships and dangers, they finally arrived outside the ancient war city. Just a little bit more, and they would be able to enter the city, get rid of the danger, and obtain the opportunity to enter the upper territory and enter a great sect. From then on, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. But now, it was just a little bit, but it was going to become the end of the world. In the Scarlet Evil Spirit's eye sockets, Scarlet Spirit fire burned fiercely, and its sharp claws pierced through the air, aiming for Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai. Its speed was extremely fast, and its sharp claws tore through the sky, leaving behind sharp claw marks that were shocking to the eye. In the next breath, the pair of sharp claws would tear through the two's bodies, and even if Qi Jiuqian had some achievements in body refinement, he wouldn't be able to resist this attack. In the blink of an eye, the two would be torn apart and die here with despair and unwillingness. The moment the scarlet evil spirit's claws fell, Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai tried their best to dodge, the unwillingness and despair in their eyes clearly visible. A dazzling blue sword light, carrying a dazzling purple flame, fell from the sky. Slash! This sword was unparalleled sharpness. The scarlet evil spirit's bones couldn't resist the attack, and was directly cut evil spirit's bones, and scarlet spirit was covered in purple flames, burning. What are you waiting? A's voice, a voice of Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai's ears. Chen's heart's Chen's of's, theists of the world. Calm of Jiuqian of life. Was of the Jioza's S domain, of the heavens, and of this, theists, S spirits domains S with a wave of his sword. Chun Zong repelled the blue evil spirits. He grabbed the scarlet soul crystal and quickly put it into his storage ring. With a shake of his arms and a wave of his sleeves, Chun Zong looked like a white crane spreading its wings. Chun Zong's body moved with the wind, and he quickly leaped straight up. When he reached the height of 20 meters, he shook his arms again, and like a crane flapping its wings, Chun Zong's figure rose again. After a few times, Chun Zong returned to the city wall and landed next to Wu Lingkong. A burst of enlightenment emerged. In a short moment, Chun Zong had a deeper understanding of the heavenly crane wind chaser movement technique and achieved a breakthrough. Trance stage, obtaining a scarlet soul crystal and cultivating the spirit level middle rank heavenly crane wind chaser movement technique to the transcendent stage was a double blessing. Chun Zong was overjoyed. As for saving Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai, it was purely because they were both from the Floating Clouds territory and he had the ability to save them. If it were the purple nether evil spirits, Chun Zong wouldn't have done so. If I'm not mistaken, what you used just now was a kind of world spirit flame. A slightly sharp voice entered Chun Zong's ears. Chun Zong turned around and saw a thin man with a strange smile on his face, silently approaching him until he was only a few meters away. This man's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Chun Zong, as if he wanted to see through Chun Zong, and this kind of scrutinizing gaze was quite unpleasant. What do you want? Chun Zong's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, but in his heart, he was on high alert, because this man gave him a very dangerous feeling. The aura he was exuding was not weak at all, at least at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. The gap between the Transcendent Realm 7th layer and the Transcendent Realm 6th layer was huge, far greater than the gap between the Transcendent Realm 6th layer and the Transcendent Realm 5th layer. Even an ordinary Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator was stronger than most Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivators. What's more, cultivators who were selected to enter the ancient battlefield were all elites among geniuses, much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Huh? The thin young man sneered, a look of ridicule flashing across his face as his eyes flashed a cold light. Just now, I was about to open a gambling house to have some fun, but you ruined it. I'm in a bad mood, and if I'm in a bad mood, someone will suffer. However, as long as you're willing to compensate me, my mood will improve. Then what kind of compensation do you want? Chun Zong suddenly smiled and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. I don't need anything particularly precious. The thin young man's eyes became even sharper, a sharp light like a needle piercing through Chun Zong, a wicked smile appearing on his face. As long as you give me the scarlet soul crystal and the earth flame you just obtained, I'll be in a good mood. Once I'm in a good mood, in the future, there will be many benefits for you. Before Chun Zong could answer, Wu Lingkong took a big step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chun Zong, a sneer appearing on his face as he asked, "You want to take it by force? This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't make a mistake. The thin young man folded his hands behind his back and frowned, staring at Wu Lingkong, a sharp light flashing across his eyes as he spoke in a threatening tone. Chenzong's matters are my, Wu Lingkong's matters. Wu Lingkong said directly. Brother Wu. Chenzong was taken aback. Wu Lingkong's words had completely offended the other party. Very good. The skinny young man roared furiously, his tyrannical aura bursting forth like a torrential flood, terrifying to the extreme. This was the aura of an early transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator who had cultivated a spirit-grade top-rank secret art to a relatively high level, making it incomparably pure. The tyrannical aura suddenly caused Chenzong and Wu Lingkong's expressions to change. In an instant, the two of them were like small boats in a stormy sea, drifting along with the waves, about to be destroyed at any moment. However, Wu Lingkong's cultivation had already reached the peak of the transcendent realm's 6th layer, so he was able to somewhat resist this aura. As for Chenzong, his experience in Blue Wave's world had forged Chenzong's incomparably tenacious will, coupled with his powerful soul strength and spiritual sense that had reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. He was more than capable of resisting this kind of aura. Seeing that the aura that he had activated with all his strength was unable to suppress the two of them, or even make them retreat, the skinny young man's face became extremely ugly. Tyrannical spiritual energy fluctuations surged, and the world's yuan qi gathered from all directions, fluctuating above him. It was as if an ancient giant beast had let out an earth-shattering roar. Layers of black halos appeared on his hands behind his back. Extremely cold fluctuations swept out like a chilly wind, freezing everything in the surroundings and causing people to feel cold all over. His anger soared as more spirit energy, mixed with transcendent spirit energy, poured into his hands, ready to strike at any moment. Chenzong and Wu Lingkong both wore dignified expressions as they pushed their strength with all their strength to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking. Senior Brother Mao, don't be angry. A voice sounded from the side, and immediately after a figure appeared. The overall situation is more important. These words caused the skinny young man with the surname Mao to be slightly startled. Soon after, he suppressed his rising anger, and his powerful energy dissipated. His terrifying aura was also withdrawn. The rules of Ancient War City were clearly written. In Ancient War City, no one was allowed to make a move without permission. A light punishment would be disqualification from entering the upper sect, and a heavy punishment would be execution on the spot. As for how they would be executed on the spot, no one knew, but no one would ignore it. Why did they come here? It was all to enter the upper sect and become a disciple of the upper sect. They wanted to practice more advanced cultivation methods, martial arts, and even secret techniques. They even wanted to worship a stronger master and so on to become stronger. If they lost this opportunity because of violating the rules, it would be too impulsive and the loss would outweigh the gain. Consider yourselves lucky. The young man surnamed Mao coldly stared at Chenzong and Wu Lingkong, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. If looks could kill, perhaps Chenzong and Wu Lingkong would already be covered in scars. You too, Humph. The person who stopped the young man, surnamed Mao, also coldly glanced at Chenzong and Wu Lingkong, his eyes full of threat. I am magnanimous. I will give you one more chance. The young man, surnamed Mao, suddenly opened his mouth again. His tone was cold, and his breath was cold. Give me the scarlet spirit crystal and the earth flame, and kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. Then I will let you go. Otherwise, in the future, I will make you beg for death. Let's wait and see. Chenzong's eyes narrowed, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Then you can try. Wu Lingkong also coldly smiled. His tone was decisive and sharp. The fact that they didn't make a move disappointed those who wanted to watch the show and see what the consequences of violating the rules would be. Filled with suppressed anger, the young man surnamed Mao turned around and left in big strides. Chenzong and Wu Lingkong stood on the city wall and looked outside. After a while, they also turned around and left. Chenzong, I will remember your kindness in saving my life. In the future, I will definitely repay you. Qi Juqian blocked Chenzong's path and said in a dignified tone. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left in big strides. Brother Chun, I dare not forget your kindness in saving my life. If you have any orders, just say it. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Qi Longhai cupped his fists and said solemnly. Don't worry about it. It was nothing. Chunzong smiled and said, You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.